Franklin County Board of County Commissioners is now in session for this regular meeting, today being Tuesday, July 21st, 2022. Before we get started this morning, I would like to say a couple of things. Last couple of meetings, maybe I've not been loud enough. I will make it a point to do that going forward so I can make sure that we're being heard. I would ask anyone that's attending by Zoom to please make sure they do so video and audio so they can be seen. If you can't see us, we can't see you. There are body language clues that can be given if you can see someone. And for the board's safety and well-being, I place the gavel on my left-hand side because I'm right-handed. Just so we can know going forward, we're doing our best to take care of the business of the people. That's why we're all here. It's what every one of us ran for. We're not just doing it just to be doing it. We are trying to make things better. So with that, we'll get started this morning. Commissioner, can you lead us in prayer and pledge, please?
Yes. Lord, we come to you today on this hot summer day to conduct our county business. We pray that you will guide our way through today's meeting and workshop thereafter. Pray that you will allow everyone in the room to get their questions answered. I pray that you will let our county business that we achieve today, achieve it successfully and properly. We pray in your holy name.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next up is approval of minutes from the last meeting from July 7th.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Parrish.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Lockley. Any discussion, Commissioners? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That is a unanimous vote. Next will be the payment of the county bills.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bolt. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That is also a unanimous vote.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I may, Commissioner, so if the board has reviewed, I'm sure reviewed the agenda. See, we have a very long agenda today, and we do have a workshop this afternoon at 1:30 with Weems to discuss a pharmacy over in Carabel. I would say we have we have time certain items, some public hearings at 11 a.m. So, you know, I say that to say we kind of need to make sure we pay close attention to the time as we move along today. And I'm sure these first two items we have, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, which is the core being first, to update us on the dredge, and then to talk to Ms. Sandy about MSBU, MSTU. Those themselves, sir, may take some time before we even get to the normal business of the day. I just kind of wanted to bring that to the board's attention, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Thank you, sir. All right, up next, behalf of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Kristen Medlin with the dredge update.
Well,
They attended by Zoom.
Kristen, if you're out there on Zoom, would you raise your hand? And I'm hoping, sir, that there isn't a mix-up between Eastern Time and
There might be.
Central Time. I think she was coming from Panama City, but I thought we cleared that up in the email and the discussion. So, for now, until I get that cleared up, how about we move on to the next item, and I'll come back to this as soon as I'm able to get them on the line.
Sorry, everybody. You've got Waylon registered with the Corps. It took me a little while to figure out how to unmute myself.
Oh, hey, Waylon. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Technical difficulties. But, bear with me. I'm a little under the weather this morning, and sorry you can't see my bright shining face, but Zoom is blocked on government computers, so we have to call in.
All right.
As a quick update, things are actually moving forward. The contract's been awarded. The prime contractors, lining up their subs, getting things ready to get started. The plan is to start dredging East Point first, and then once the dredging is completed there, move over to dredge 2 Mile. The only piece of not great news is that the dredging subcontractor has unfortunately committed to or has a prior commitment to another dredging project. And, unfortunately, contractors can't just, sit and wait on work to come for them. So they have to keep their people busy. But what that ends up meaning is probably sometime in the September timeframe, we think the dredge should be showing up. There'll be some activity before that, though. Sometime well before that, we should see survey crews coming out to start laying out the channel there at East Point, staking out the at least a preliminary alignment for the dikes for the island we're building there for beneficial use of the dredge material. We'll probably see some heavy equipment activity going on in the 2 Mile disposal area, since that site needs quite a bit of TLC before before we're going to be able to use it. So while we may see some activity on the 2 Mile project first, in terms of actual construction work going on the DA, the plan is still to have the dredging completed for East Point first.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any questions, Commissioners?
Yes, sir, I've got several. Good morning. I'm sorry you're under the weather. This is Commissioner Ward, District 5. This board has been taking a lot of what I term flack for the Army Corps' constant excuses about putting off the dredge. And this is nothing directed towards you, but I just got a couple of questions. For one,
Sure.
I had a resident reach out to me yesterday, and this is his quote. If we as a county commissioners are as the voice of the people and for the people, if we can't get our channel dredged, then no one can. In other words, it almost makes it sound like it's this board's fault and county staff's fault for why this dredge has not been done. We've been promised over a year now, and here we are getting it delayed again. So what assurance do we have that this is actually going to get done in September? And what power do we have as county commissioners when you are the Army Corps to get it done? What can we tell our constituents or people listening that work on the water, that need these channels dredged?
First off, I absolutely share your frustration. This entire process has taken a lot longer than I would have liked it to. If you think back from the beginning, there was a great deal of difficulty ironing out all the issues with our even being able to accept funds, from the county. And that, of course, all those delays were on our hands. The county, you did your part there. Everything we needed signed was sent back to us immediately. But in typical government red tape fashion, it took many rounds of review before our division headquarters in Atlanta was satisfied with the agreement. Even once we finally got the money, there were delays in contracting. Again, those delays were completely on our end. Unfortunately, there is a little bit of I won't say competition, but prioritizing that happens. There were a lot of very large contracts for high-profile things like deepening Mobile Harbor that our contracting office needed to get awarded before they could work on this one. However, the contract is now awarded. There is a definite completion date set in there. While unforeseen circumstances could push that back, the contractor is committed. They must do the work, and they must do it for this amount. So it absolutely will happen at this point. There could be minor shifts in the schedule one way or the other, but it's going to get dredged.
What can we do in the future to ensure it gets done quicker when it needs to happen again? Is there any recommendations you have?
Unfortunately, I really don't. It's a matter of timing and looking at economic impact. I realize that the East Point 2 Mile channels are critical to the local community. I don't work in our main office. I work in a field office in Panama City, and so we're a lot closer to the to our customers, the people we serve, and so it's a very high priority to me. But unfortunately, when people further up the food chain look at the economic impacts of Mobile Harbor versus the economic impacts of the East Point Channel, it's going to get a higher priority. So I don't know what can really be done there. What I would like to look into on our end is, since we have the agreement in place to accept contributed funds, whether there's some way to keep that agreement alive, so that if a future project comes up, then we don't have to jump through all those hurdles again, so that maybe that'll stay in effect, which would greatly clear up things there. I don't know if that can be done or not, but that's something on my end that I'm going to try to pursue.
Okay, and you mentioned contractor, contractor meaning singular phrase, not plural. Do you guys not have multiple contractors that can be pulled from job to job? So if he's tied up on one job, you won't delay another job and back it up further and further because you only have one contractor?
Well, we have multiple prime contractors. In this case, it's one of the subcontractors that's being delayed. And it could be potentially possible to try to, get our prime contractor to use a different subcontractor, but that's going to result in increased costs. And at this point, we're trying to get all the work done, within the funds available, rather than having to, come to you hat in hand and saying, we're sorry, we need another $1 million because we were trying to get the contractor to work faster.
And one more question, if the board will pleasure me
Sure.
here, humble me. Exactly what areas, and I know we've been talking East Point Channel, 2 Mile Channel. Can you explain for the public exactly from point A to point B, both in East Point and in 2 Mile, where exactly the dredging is going to commence in both areas and end in both areas? And you said September,
Okay.
correct?
Unfortunately, I don't have the maps in front of me, so I'm trying to operate on memory here. But as far as I recall, the East Point Channel, there's a processing house on the eastern end of the channel where it's actually grown out dry ground into the channel. And so we're not going to dig through that, but we're going to go up to their docks and then work our way, west to an area just past the boat ramp there. And then the T part of the channel is going to come down until it gets to, project depth water. Similarly with the 2 Mile Channel, the channel is going to start at the where the dredge is going to start. I'm not 100% sure, but at least the dredging boundary on the east end will intersect with the Gulf Intercoastal Waterway there near the bridge at Battery Park, and then go west until it gets past the westernmost dock there. And then again, the T part of the channel will come down until it gets down to project depth water.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
This is Commissioner Lockley, District 3. I need to know a couple of questions. You said gonna start by September. Can you give us
Yes, sir.
Can you give us a finishing date for both channels?
I think the actual dredging work should take about 2 months each. There'll be some, additional prep work that starts well before that to, build the areas, for the dredge material to be placed into. And that work will start before September.
With the dredging start, you talking about the prep work or the dredging?
The truck work on the disposal areas, and bringing in basically a floating excavator to the East Point, area. They'll start that work building the disposal area, probably 30 days before dredging starts. So there'll be activity going on before the dredge physically shows up to start digging the channel, because we have to have somewhere to place the material, first. But I would think everything should be done by the end of the calendar year.
Well, I know most of your dredging companies, it must be a real small company because they don't have but one dredge.
Well, they have multiple dredges, but they have to keep their people working, and so they commit to doing various projects. Work comes up, they bid on it, and they try to line up things to keep their people working, nonstop. They can't afford to sit and wait a few months and pay their people salaries, while they're not doing anything.
Well, if they don't finish on time, that mean they'll owe us money for not finishing on time?
We have a thing called liquidated damages, where they do have to pay us for the extra costs of our oversight of the project that goes beyond what the actual contract completion date was. So yeah, there is a thing for that. They get penalized if they don't finish on time.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Register, this is Ricky Jones, District 1. First off, several of these items that were brought up this morning are very similar in nature to the things that I brought up when we had this conference call last week with you guys, the Corps and the contractor. Because, at the end of the day, like I told you guys then, I know it's not really something that y'all need to be concerned with, but the public's about to get to the point where they don't believe anything we're telling them about this dredging. So that's one of the reasons I asked for you guys to actually be here today. I'm sorry Ms. Kristen couldn't be here for whatever reason. That's fine. But I do want to say that as we get closer to it and we have the pre-construction meeting, at that time we'll be given a timeline of when it's going to commence and when it should be over, correct?
Yes, we'll have some more definite
Right.
figures then, because at that point, everyone will be lining up and be more obvious when the current work is going to be completed, so they'll know this is when they expect to show up. So yeah, we'll have a lot more information then.
Okay, sounds good. Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Register this morning? Mr. Whalen, thank you for being here this morning. We appreciate you.
Oh, you are very welcome.
All right. Up next, Ms. Sandy Nebarth, possible Alligator Point Beach Renourishment Funding Options, MSBU or MSTU. Sounds like a real discussion.
Fun.
Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Sandy Newbarth with Government Services Group. I think we're on the wrong page. We skipped ahead a couple. Okay, all right. So, again, Sandy Newbarth with Government Services Group. I've been asked to come here and discuss with you the differences between a municipal services taxing unit and a municipal services benefit unit, MSTU versus an MSBU. So what are some of the similarities? So both of them will generate money to pay for services or improvements. Both of them are a dedicated funding source that can only be used for the purpose it's intended. Both of them you have to identify a benefit area because you can only charge the fee, whether it be an MSTU or an MSBU, to the parcels that are going to benefit or going to receive that service or benefit. So for instance, if you were doing the Alligator Point, you couldn't charge countywide, you couldn't charge St. George Island or any of those because they wouldn't benefit. It has to be a benefit area. And then both of them, you have to identify the costs of the service or the improvements that are going to be conducted in that area. And then both can be collected on the tax bill. Obviously, the MSTU would only be collected on the tax bill, but an MSBU can be collected other ways. The tax bill is the most efficient way to collect it, and you have a better collection rate when you use the tax bill. So what are some of the differences? So an MSTU, the charge is based on the taxable value, whereas on an MSBU, the charge is based on the actual benefit that that property receives. So for a TU, after you've identified the benefit area, you identify what the taxable values are in that benefit area. And then you develop the rates based on those taxable values and the amount of money that you need to generate. So therefore, each parcel would pay based on its actual taxable value. So you could have similarly situated parcels that have different taxable values, so they would be paying different based on their taxable values. The MSTU also does count against the county's millage, but it counts against your second millage cap, not your first 10 mil cap. It counts against your second millage cap. So for a BU, again, you have to establish what the benefit is of every property. So a study has to be conducted to determine what types of services or improvements you're going to be doing in that area. And based on those types of improvements or services, what is the benefit that each parcel is going to receive? So there's a more in-depth analysis that goes into what benefit every parcel receives based on that service. Then rates are developed based on that benefit that those properties receive. We could, depending on what type of improvements or services, you would have zones, like, for example, beach renourishment. Maybe those that are abutting the beach would be different than those that are across the beach. It would depend. You'd have to really do an in-depth look. And then once you know the services, then you usually get a per unit rate, whether it's a per square foot, per dwelling unit, whatever the methodology is that gets developed. And it does not count against your millage cap. So implementation with the MSTU, you adopt an implementing ordinance, and the MSTU must be created by January 1 to be collected on that tax bill. So by January 1 of 2023 to be included on the November of 2023 tax bill. For the MSBU, there's a little bit more legal documents that are required. You adopt a resolution of intent. That's just if you want to use the tax bill. It's non-binding. We have some clients that adopt one every year just in case they want to implement an MSBU, a new MSBU. It's only the first year of the program, and that's to use the tax bill collection method. Then you want to adopt a procedural ordinance. The ordinance sets out the procedures that authorizes you to impose an MSBU and sets out the procedures that you need to follow in order to impose it. And then you usually set the rates by resolution. The first year, there's usually 2 resolutions. There's an initial rate resolution, which lays out the methodology, the rates, sets a public hearing, and authorizes first-class notices to be mailed and published notice. When it goes on the tax bill for an MSBU, every property owner would receive a separate notice saying, here's what the county intends to do, here's how much it's going to cost you, we're having a public hearing, you're invited to come and give your public input. So that's a little bit more in-depth than what the MSTU is required. And then you have that final public hearing, and then you set the final rates by resolution. After the first year, you usually, depending on what the procedural ordinance says, usually you set them by an annual rate resolution when you're setting your other budgets. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman?
Also, let me explain to you the price, okay? Because of the more detailed of the work that has to go with the MSBU, it's about twice of what the MSTU is, just so you understand that.
Yes, sir.
I have a question, if I may, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
go ahead.
Hey, Mr. Newbarth. Michael Schuler, we had a phone conference a couple of weeks ago on the same subject matter. And if you would, from my standpoint, I don't have a great deal of in-depth expertise on financing matters, but you made a reference during your presentation to something regarding the MSTU applies to our second millage cap and not our first millage cap. Can you walk me through that so I understand
Yeah,
a little
well,
bit better?
it's my understanding, the counties, you have your first 10 mills, okay? And then you have a second set of 10 mills, which is for special other things. And so that would be against your other, because it's not county-wide. It's not for the general fund purposes, for a dedicated purpose. So it would be applied towards the second 10 mil cap that you have for the county.
So our first 10 mills, just to make sure I'm clear, would not be subject to any offset for an
No.
MSTU?
No, not for this MSTU, no.
Okay, for the purposes of Alligator Point
No.
Beach Renourishment?
No, because it's a special benefit area.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, one more question?
Yes.
And I'm not sure if you're the best person to answer this, or maybe Mike.
Yeah.
But another question, hey, Mike, good to see you again, sir. One of my questions was, throughout the state of Florida, there's lots of beach renourishment projects. This is our first one. which funding source is more typically used by different governmental jurisdictions throughout the state? So, I mean, this is our first rodeo, so that's, in fact, that's right. I'd asked Mr. Dombrowski to look into that question. So, do you have information to give the board concerning generally how these beach renourishment projects tend to be funded throughout the state of Florida, to help give them some information on how other governments are responding to funding questions or answering funding questions?
Yes, for the record, my name is Mike Dombrowski with MRD Associates. Thank you for having me here today. The vast majority, and I think I counted about 10 or so projects that are funded locally through MSTUs versus one that was an MSBU. And the only reason that the MSBU was implemented, and this was over in Navarre, over in Santa Rosa County, was that their properties were under leases versus fee simple. So of course, being a lease, they couldn't have ad valorem taxes.
Correct.
Besides the local share, through an MSTU, they would either take it out of ad valorem taxes across the board, or typically the other vast majority of projects are funded through TDC, tourist development taxes. But you know, with the what generates through through Franklin County, that would not be able to cover what the anticipated cost would be.
Okay. And finally, Mr. Chairman, your original contract proposal to the county had proposed an MSTU. I had raised the issue that we're talking about this morning because I was concerned, and apparently incorrectly concerned, that the MSTU could offset the county's 10 mil cap. So do y'all have any recommendations to the board on how to finance this project?
It's gonna depend on how precise you want the methodology and the taxable values too. I mean, so some places like Mike was saying, you know, when you don't have enough taxable values to pay for it, then you have to do another source. So, and then cities can't impose MSTUs, so you'll find a lot of cities will do special assessments. They also don't do MSBUs, it's just a word term, but they'll use special assessments because they don't have the authority to do an MSTU. So that's why you'll see the different funding sources. It's totally a policy decision that's made by every jurisdiction as to how they want to proceed and what's best for them in their situation.
Okay, and how soon, generally speaking, because I know y'all need a decision to be made, so can y'all give any guidance to the board on when y'all need them to make that policy decision?
Well, if you're going to do the MSTU again, you have to have it in place by January 1. So you would need to get moving sooner rather than later. The MSBU, you have a little bit more time. You would still have to adopt that resolution of intent. I would suggest you adopt it even if you haven't decided which way to move forward with it. Anyways, it's non-binding. We can get you a form of the resolution. We can put you on our list. Heather Encinosa with Neighbors Giblin and Nickerson would be doing the legal component of the project. And they're the home rule experts in that field. You have a little bit more time with the MSBU. You would have to do an ordinance, and then you would have to have all of the resolutions adopted by September 15th. So you'd have to do all that process between now and well, actually you'd start after the first of the year to start with the legal documents, but by September 15th of next year in order to be on the November 2023 tax bill. So there's a little bit more time, but there's also a lot more work effort that goes into the MSBU than the MSTU.
Yeah. If I may add one more thing, is that the contract there's really two components to it. There's the actual design, and then there's the funding source to it. So if you go forward with the design, that would go hand in hand with, of course, coming up with cost estimates for either an MSBU or an MSTU. So there is going to be a little bit of a lag between the beginning of the design versus when where their analysis will come into. There's a little bit of a more upfront work to be done.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Yes, your initial proposal was about $200,000, if I'm not correct, but that included the MSTU option. Now, if we go with the MSBU option, I understand that there's additional costs that would not be funded by the grant. Is that correct?
That is correct. It was roughly about 25,000, and that 200,000, 100% of it comes from DEP, from the state.
Now, you could pay yourself back with the MSBU, but it would just increase the rates, just so you know.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
Hey, good morning. I'm glad both of you are here, and thank you for being up here together. It's very, very special. I'm Bert Bolt, and I'm the Commissioner for District 2, where this project is located. As you know, Alligator Point is that peninsula, and this road is right in the middle of that peninsula in general. And it's versus the folks thinking it's the east versus the west of that particular proposal. I'm looking for practical guidelines that can be put in layman language so that the folks understand what is the fairest way to decide how monies will be accumulated for the protection of this project. MSTU or MSBU, and how do we sell that to the public that this is fair and here's why? And you had mentioned geographical issues and benefits that way, as well as
Well, I
other
can tell
ones. What are
you,
you
if
thinking?
people have a low taxable value, they're gonna think the MSTU is more fair to them. Everybody's gonna look at what it's gonna cost them.
Yes.
Probably the most fairest way of spreading the cost is with an MSBU, because everybody's gonna pay based on the cost of the service that it takes to provide to them. So
MSB.
MSBU has a more in-depth analysis as
Yes.
to, regardless of what their taxable values is, regardless of whether they pay any property taxes or not, they would still pay the MSBU. The MSTU is directly related with how much taxable value they have. So those higher taxable value would pay more regardless. I mean, you could have two of the same identical houses next to each other. One of them pays no taxable values, one pays $1 million taxable value, and their MSTU would be based only on their taxable value. It would not be based on, they would both get the same service, they're right next to each other, they're exactly the same, but the MSTU is directly reflected on the taxable values, not the fact that they still have the access to their property, the beach behind their houses is being renourished and things like that. So the most fairest way is the MSBU. It's not always the most favorable way, because those who don't pay taxes at all don't always appreciate it.
So I like the idea what you talked about what is the benefit. If we think about this peninsula for a minute, we think about this where this road is being rebuilt. There are two visions. One is that the fire department is west of that road, and access for safety issues from the ambulance standpoint and life-saving issues. And I'm thinking that fire department that benefits the entire peninsula has to egress and ingress east and west.
Right.
So there's I think a pivoted benefit right there. Agreed?
Right.
And then I think also just ambulances from a practical standpoint going east and west from that standpoint. And then the other vision is that you've heard of that old KOA property that's there, and what is it, multiple acres that we own. The vision is that when we build this buffer in front of that road, it will go east and west by about a mile from the center line of the built-up road, of the rebuilt road. And so you now have another benefit, and that is the potential, we haven't decided that yet, of a new parking lot area there. 100 cars, metered parking, and that is west of the road.
Right.
And so you see, I'm trying to pivot on what good things can the people benefit from by this particular pattern of taxing.
Right. So like when you say a public park, those homeowners that live on that road probably don't benefit from the traffic that's going to that public park. So the county would have to pay their benefit of that public park through county funds too.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we look at. With an MSTU, the county wouldn't pay anything because they don't pay any taxes on that property. So they wouldn't pay anything. So those are the details, and that's why Mike was saying the design is so important, because we need to know what actually is gonna take place so that we can look at a fair and reasonable benefit that's associated with that service or that improvement that you're providing. So, you know, there's different level, you know, things in a different way depending on what, you know, fire, for instance, that everybody has access to it, that's great. That's an equal benefit. there's other things that maybe it's not quite so equal,
Mm-hmm.
as far as, sometimes when road improvements, there's a trip generation, factor, because it's based on the amount of trips that establishment or that residence, typically generates using that road, and then that would be the direct benefit for that. But then you also put in the beach renourishment part of it, which may be a different thing. So it's real in depth of what we would look at for the MSBU, and that's, the design is important, and the costs that are associated with each component of that design is what we look at.
I follow that. And I do know that the average layman that will ultimately hear our outcome of this project is going to want to know, what do I get from this? A, B, C, D. And I think that we ultimately, after all the technical analysis and everything comes down, that's what the folks need to hear, and that they can actually get their teeth into and say that. And I just want to
And I tell you what we say, I've been doing this for 17 years, and when property owners, nobody likes to pay for any extra services, but when they see that there is a benefit to them, then they don't, then I don't want to pay for it, but I don't mind paying for it because I do want that service. So when they see, when they understand that there is a benefit, there's some that are never going to want to pay for anything, but when they understand the benefit that they are going to get from it,
Yes.
You have more support for it.
And you think of our county staff that will use that road to go and service trash pickup is a good example, or some of the contracted garbage pickup folks that are going to need that road to get in and out of there.
Right.
That type of thing, I think, needs to be stacked up in the ABC benefits that folks will get from that pattern.
And to put it in very simple terms, when we typically do our feasibility level studies, is that there's really 3, and there's sometimes 4 main benefits to beach restoration. The first thing is increased level of storm protection to the uplands, and that could be residential. That's the road that we've been talking about, and we all know and how many times that's been washed out. Although the most recent project that we're under construction and almost completion, that will provide some level of storm protection, but then the beach will, provide that additional. The second thing is recreational, and then the third is environmental. So there are all of those 3 components to benefits of beach restoration. And then the other thing is too, is that it does increase tax, the value of homes. There is a direct relationship to that. And then the other thing is too, is that the last time that there was an economic study done, and it was called the Blue study on beach restoration, that typically for every $1 that a community puts into a beach restoration, they usually get about $10 back in terms of increased retail, or having increased of short-term rentals. So there is that direct impact.
And so another one, Mike, too, is the fact that over the past 30 years, this county has invested hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars of money and manpower and material just to simply keep that road open. And we have been an excellent steward of that road. And I think that this conversation now shifts to being a further strong steward of that road by determining how we're going to protect it. And I think all these things need to stack up. We've got a huge investment on that road, and we certainly want to continue to preserve it.
And it would be a dedicated funding source, so they wouldn't have to compete with other road projects or anything like that. It would be dedicated just for servicing their improvements and things like that, so they're not competing with the other.
I think that's very important. It doesn't get, if you will, diluted by government bureaucracy. It's got boundaries to it that stays. Yes. I hope we make notes of all these, because it's really important to list this as we go forward.
Mr. Lockley, go ahead.
Great, thank you.
My fellow commissioner, he made a statement about hundreds of thousands, but the numbers is wrong. We done spent over right about $9 million on that, keeping it up, so forth.
Good point. That's right.
You said hundreds of thousands.
I
but
did.
It's in the millions. Well, I guess my question would be, you're part of the study, right?
Yes.
Okay, I don't like studies, I on nothing. But if this were to happen, how long is that, and the people didn't get it or something? How long is that study good for?
So it depends on what it's for, you know, so if this is a capital improvement and the costs aren't gonna change, then it's good for till you implement it or you change the design and the cost change or whatever. So if it's services, sometimes you depend on what type of services that you're being provided. So it's a little bit different for this type of a project. Usually it's kind of a one-time deal and then you implement it or you don't. And as long as those costs don't change, then it doesn't change. For fire and things like that, we usually say to look at it about every 5 years, but this is a totally different thing that we're looking at. So it's you usually should just do, well, I think you guys looked at it, and I don't remember the date, but I think it was looked at by one of the former owners of the company. She's now retired, and I want to say 2008, 2010, a long time ago. I wasn't involved in it. I just heard it going around the office. Now, obviously, that study is expired because the cost have changed, the design has changed, and things like that, so you couldn't just dust that study off and move forward with it. It truly depends on what services or improvements you're going to be doing at this point and how much they cost.
Yeah, that's the reason I was asking. I remember we looked at it before. And another question is, my preference would be, see, I choose to live inland. Myself, people who choose to live on the beach.
They got to pay for it, right?
They got to pay for it. I'm not gonna pay no taxes for them, you know.
And it wouldn't
for
go
their
against,
convenience.
so you mean you don't live in Alligator Point though, right? On the
No,
inland, okay,
no,
yeah.
I live on the hill up
Yeah,
there.
okay.
That-
So you wouldn't pay for it because it wouldn't benefit you at all.
Right, but, you know, I still want them treated fair on how much they pay, or make sure they part is done
Absolutely.
right.
Mhm. Absolutely.
And, but I would like to, if we can't, if they don't get this thing like they voted it down before, you know, I would like a little time where this here will be good for 10 years, 15 years, something like that.
Well, like I said, it depends on if the design changes and the costs change. If everything stays stagnant and nothing changes, dust it off and start all over. I mean, you can just use it, but that doesn't change. Materials are going up and
Yeah.
things like that. So, you know, even if maybe the methodology, it's still the kind of the same design, but the cost, you still need to tweak the rates and things like that. So, and it would depend on the growth too. I mean, I don't think Alligator Point is completely built out. I think there's still room for more buildings and stuff. But I think it's still gonna stay more residential than non-residential, so I don't think that would change. But if that does change and it becomes some commercial booming area, then we'd look at it differently because now you have a restaurant where a house used to be, and so the road is getting used a lot more often for that restaurant than that house, and so it may change it a little bit. It just depends on what happens in the area.
Yeah, everything gonna go up, I know that, from day to day, but they need it because sooner or later, the right storm comes through, it's gonna cut it in half. It's cutting to the road now, but eventually, if we get the perfect storm, it's gonna be it's gonna be split right down the middle.
Ma'am, I have a couple of questions, if it's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
On the beginning, when we're talking about the similarities,
Mhm.
it talks about identifying cost for the services or improvements. Now, that's, I know the discussion of this board has been to try to find a way to fund it. So going forward, if the beach is washed away that we put there, that we're talking about trying to get federal dollars to put the beach there to begin with. FEMA will only give us half reimbursement to put it back. So are we having to identify the cost of how much it's gonna cost to put it back? Because as you've just spoken, that cost changes over time. because the only thing I'm worried about is, so if the board moves forward with this, and again, I'm not trying to make the number be high,
Right.
because I have some concern for a number of residents, price overall.
Right.
But if we're having to identify cost, are we gonna be able to, I guess my real question is it something where we can say, we're trying to build up to a point of $500,000, and that's gonna be enough? So, I mean, or is it still gonna continue to collect? You know, I'm concerned about how it's gonna actually function.
Well, it depends on if it's gonna be
No.
a capital and you pay it off, kind of like a mortgage. Once it's paid off, it's done. So if
Right.
it's gonna be to pay back for the capital cost, then that's different than if it's annual maintenance services
Right.
too. So the annual maintenance services would go until you guys decided no longer to fund that through this mechanism. But the capital cost, it's like, once the capital costs come in, and you can also use it to pledge it as a matching source too.
Right.
Like, depending on what funding source you're gonna be using, you can pledge it against it, to borrow against it, as this is gonna pay it back, and or it's a dedicated matching
Right.
fund, so it sometimes helps you to get more grant money and things like that too.
Yeah.
So, but I'll let him talk about
A-
the
As I
prices.
understand it, that's the discussion so far this board has had, trying to have something that would be a matching source. I don't want to speak for the board, that's just what's been said publicly
Correct.
in past meetings. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. In terms of the different funding sources, as Commissioner Bold had mentioned, is that there has been some discussion about putting in a beach park. Now, once you have that beach park with 100 parking spaces and restrooms, is that would qualify what the state determines as a primary beach access. And given that would, the county would be eligible for up to 50% of the cost of that project would come from DEP through their erosion control program funding.
Okay.
And then the local government would pay for the other half. Now, in terms of storm events, because that it would be what the FEMA defines as an engineered beach, and I don't believe that this is within the COBRA zone, so we don't have any issues with that, is that as long as it is a declared storm, just like with the road improvements and the what's being constructed right now, is that FEMA would pay up to about 75% of the cost of any sand that was removed during that storm event. The other 12.5% comes from the local government. The other 12.5% comes from the state emergency management. And sometimes even the state will waive the local share for that. So there's sometimes that local communities won't have to pay for any of the sand that was removed during a storm event. So, and then what you end off doing is that you monitor that project year after year, you do beach profiles, you do some surveys, so that you can actually quantify how much was removed during that storm event. So those are really the big sources of funding for that project. And DEP's funding doesn't go away, but you do have to apply for it year after year after year. But usually that the estimated length of a project, at least what we're hoping, is that this will last anything between 6 and 10 years, more in that 8 to 10 year length. So that's about the frequency of renourishment.
Okay. So just to clarify, the DEP funds you were discussing would be more like erosion control or some maintenance over time? Is that what you were saying?
Yes, that they would pay for the initial construction. They would also cost share in any permit conditions that they have. So if they wanted you to monitor shorebirds and it was going to cost $1,000 a year, they would cost and share that according to what the agreement would be, like 50%, which if we end up putting in that primary beach access. But then in 6 years or so, that we would also apply for funds for that first nourishment that would happen in year 8. And so that it's the same thing that y'all go through with your capital improvement program. You plan it out, you come up with a budget, you come up with your funding sources, and so that you're not caught at the last moment to be able to fund it.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. Not saying that I favor one over another, but when we're talking about MSTUs originally, there was some talk of taxable value being attached to that potential funding source or that tax that's levied. Is that based on the taxable value of the home minus their homestead exemptions?
So you have a market value and you have a taxable value. It's based on the taxable value. That would be after all exemptions are applied.
Okay, I just wanted to
Yes,
clarify.
yes.
Any other questions, Commissioner?
I got
Go
a
ahead,
couple
sir.
of
Yep.
Could you tell us exactly the range of this particular project we're talking about? Is it a mile east of where the road washes out? Is it a mile west of where the road washes out?
Yes, sir. It's about where, if you look at where there's no beach right about now, so it's kind of where the apex of the old revetment was. That's about the center of it. And how we have it right now, that it's roughly about 3/4 of a mile east and 3/4 of a mile west of that. So it's going to be between 1.1 and 1.5 miles long.
Okay. And you just said that FEMA will reimburse us at 75%, when I've been understanding that they would not reimburse any beach renourishment more than 50%, which is why we're wanting to levy this tax.
We went through that on St. Joe Peninsula, a few others, is that they've been, basically their rules allow up to 75%.
As with any other damages caused by, quote, named storm.
In lieu of the park, because that's state criteria. That is correct, sir. So it's 75%.
Just like anything else that they reimburse during a named storm.
Yeah.
When you don't have a named storm, when it washes away, but there's no named storm, tropical storm, blah, 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 what is the reimbursement rate then?
Well, it has to be a declared storm.
And
in
if
order-
not, the county's on the hook to put the beach back.
That is correct, sir.
And this place has washed out without a named storm. I mean, that's the history. It ain't always a named storm that washes this road out that we're trying to repair at this time.
That is correct. And if I may go back, there are some communities that are at 50%, but that's I believe the reason being is that that's been their agreement since they started that project years ago, and it's continued at that 50% rate. But I certainly will double check on that for you.
And do you feel like that west of, I'm gonna call it the washout, where the road always washes out, west of that, do you feel like they receive more benefit from doing beach-free nourishment protection of the road, because that's the only road to get them home, as opposed to people to the east where the road don't wash out?
I believe that from the west side of the project would benefit for that increased level of storm protection to that road, correct?
So would they be paid more or less, or depending on if you do MSBU or MSTU, huh?
Yeah, that's,
We'd have to look into it. I wouldn't want to say now because I don't know exactly what the design is.
And an MSTU would be based on their taxable value. In other words, you got a piece of property sitting right next to another place that has a $500,000 home, the vacant piece of property is gonna pay less, the person with the $500,000 home is gonna pay a lot more because the taxable value is a lot more. Is that correct?
Well, you know, that $500,000 market value piece of property may only pay $100,000 in taxable value, so it would depend on that taxable value, not necessarily the market value.
Right, but I'm
But
saying, if
yeah,
you got
you're
two
correct.
pieces of property, one has a house on it, one don't, the one with the house is gonna pay more because the taxable value is gonna be more.
Yeah, if its taxable value is more.
That's all I got, Mr. Chairman.
I will say that some of that was discussed in what you mentioned, ma'am, about benefit zones, and that would be part of the study. Some obviously are going to benefit more than others, so I would just like to clarify that. Go ahead, Commissioner Lachlan.
Yeah, y'all keep on hollering about the 75. That 75% not coming until you get a category 5. Anything under category 5, they not gonna pay that 75%.
well, as long as it's a declared storm, And there's a declaration from, the president, and as long as that it goes through and you meet the minimum cost for this county, then they will still pay up to that 75%, is my understanding is.
Okay, well, I understand that. But, and then, just look out for the people who want to fix, cause I'm finna get on one, and, they ain't, as long as they be looked at, they already paying taxes. Don't run them out their home. I don't want nobody to run out their home. But they choose to do that, so if they stay, they got to pay. But they still on the fix, that's the first thing they gonna holler. But they the one who choose to stay on the beach.
Yeah, and some of our programs, which I don't know if you guys would be interested in doing it, because this is kind of a unique one, and so you don't always see it in these kind of capital improvements. But if there is somebody that has a hardship, so they own the property and they are at a certain income level that you guys would set, usually it's at the poverty income level, but they've owned the house forever and ever, and so their taxes are very low, and that's all they can afford. You can create what's called a hardship exemption and pay it on their behalf. There's different ways that you can do it. You can pay it on their behalf, and then once they sell the property and it goes a lien against their property, and then they have to pay it back. Or you can just pay it on their behalf, and it would be an annual application. So if they won the lotto one year, they would no longer qualify for it. So it would be an annual. I don't know how many people would actually, on Alligator Point, would actually qualify for that, because there is that two-prong. They have to own it, and it has to be their primary homesteaded property, and they have to meet that income guidelines. If it's their secondary property, it wouldn't count. So there are ways that you could do that, because anything that does go on the tax bill, if they don't pay it, there is that chance of a tax deed being sold, and you could get your house foreclosed on. So that is a consideration, that you would have that option if you wanted to, but the county would have to pay it on their behalf.
Yes, sir.
I do want to acknowledge the millions of dollars that this road has cost the county in keeping it restored. However, a constituent also asked me, I just need, just for the record, is there any insurance products or bond products that can be purchased by the county for maintaining repair of the road or during a storm? Would you know that answer? Do you not know? Okay. Just curious about that potential to protect our investment.
I'm not sure that governments take out insurance policies
I understand.
like that.
I think I could be wrong, but I think the only thing we really have is if we did a beach renourishment project, we're basically engineering a beach. So we would have that on record that, yes, this is what we had, because we had it built. So it would be something either with FEMA with a named storm or some other kind of action, but I don't know there'd be anything necessarily that we could get insurance on.
Okay.
I could be wrong about that, but,
Okay.
you know. Now, are we, we're just having a discussion this morning, correct? Okay. I just wanted to clarify and make sure.
No, we're
Okay.
just here to give you your options.
Well, there are many, there's a lot to talk about and consider, but, because I agree with most of what's been said here this morning by all the other commissioners. We do want to make sure we're doing our best to provide for the residents to help protect the road. I don't want to go down the avenue of that being a problem anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's the reason we're trying to put it back. But at the same time, we can't price them out of their homes and price them out of their ability to, if they're retired here, that's what they work for, to be able to retire.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a lot to consider, and I thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Commissioners, if it's okay, we're going to do public comments, and then we'll probably take a 5-minute break or so.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Look at, yesterday, it was a federal holiday, Juneteenth,
Mm-hmm.
and it wasn't recognized because of, they said we had to vote on it. I don't understand why we got to vote on it, because the government passed it. But anyway, I wanna, if we got to vote on it, I just wanna make a motion that they get it from now on.
Just so you're making a motion that we add it, because I know every year we look at the calendar days that we're gonna have as holidays, and we vote them all at one time, so you want to add that to that calendar, is that what you're asking for? Ms.
Yeah.
Lockley? Okay,
And pay them folks for yesterday.
The approved holidays come from the chief judge.
Right.
So the clerk's office would not be able to close unless the chief judge approves that day off.
okay,
The county can, but
Right.
what you said, the clerk office can.
right.
Okay, and put in there to ask the chief judge to, for your workers.
Okay.
If that'll be all right with you?
Well, I mean, we can mention that to him, but it's ultimately his decision.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I can't close unless he gives me the authority to close.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
And it has to be approved.
Yeah, I understand.
And it may be this next year. I haven't seen the calendar yet. So, but it can be mentioned.
Okay.
So we're talking about adding this to the calendar of days for next year. Do we have a second to this motion?
I'll second.
All right, any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous. All right, on to public comments. I'm pulling them straight off as they are in front of me. First one up is Miss Victoria Hart.
Me.
And this is in reference to the St. James Lenart Village Fire Department.
Hold on, Commissioner, I'm sorry. Ms. Hart, I apologize, I'm trying to do too many things at one time.
We had your computer moved, didn't we?
Well, it's on, I was trying to get it off a share screen before I did that, I apologize here. Let me see here. Allowed to talk, her hand is raised. Okay, Ms. Hart, if you go ahead and unmute your phone. I think your number, last four digits are 4394. *6 will unmute you, Ms. Hart. Okay, you're unmuted.
Okay.
Good
Great,
morning.
thank you. Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
I'm speaking to you today about the SJLVFD. On May 3rd, you voted to terminate services provided by the corporation, yet the corporation is still in possession of the bank account and checkbook and has indicated they held back $40,000 to pay utilities. Now, I know that between the June 7th meeting and today, that the locks were changed and the building was closed because you voted on that too. But why weren't the utilities turned off? Including the telephone bills, because it's my understanding that the telephone bills are being paid by the corporation, and yet the telephones are in the possession of the Currys. It's your job to pay utilities, not the business of the corporation. The corporation has nothing more to do with you guys, according to what you voted on May 3rd. It's the corporation's duty to provide, they have earned the $40,000 in charitable donations. And I doubt that has happened. Just from looking at the treasurer's reports that George, and I know I'm going to mispronounce his name, Biernecker, sent to us, and I believe that Commissioner Bolt has a copy of those too. So I think that what we need to do, because the funds were all commingled, I think we need to perhaps have an outside accountant look at the bank balances and the treasurer's report and make a determination as to how much is MSBU funds versus charitable donations, rather than having an arbitrary amount set by the corporation that really has nothing to do with what's going on now. The second point that I'd like to make today is that Attorney Schuler stated that at the last meeting that he was going to be holding an organizational meeting that would be a public meeting in a few weeks. And I'm just curious as to when that will be held, where it will be held, and how he's going to publicize it.
Are you done with your public comments, Ms. Hart?
I believe so. Yes, thank you.
Not a problem. Thank you. We'll do our best to address them later in the meeting. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Up next, Mr. Debbie Jordan.
Ms. Jordan, I'm going to unmute 1549.
Same topic.
Okay, she's unmuted.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm going to be very brief. First of all, I want to say thank you. I've gotten a lot of information, updates, and documentation in the last few days. So thank you. Yeah, I do understand that at least the water is now turned off, which is great, and that the locks have been changed. Thank you for that as well. On Memorial Day weekend, there were a lot of firecrackers going off, the loud boom ones that I think are only allowed on July 4th and New Year's Eve. With it being a burn ban, just asking if you could make sure that that is really addressed publicly to the people that firecrackers are an antagonist to an already and to the situation. Thank you for that and the meeting. And then just want to last bring up real quick that I did send a copy via email. I'm hoping all you commissioners have it, just showing that there was supposed to have been held a charitable event right after Hurricane Michael, which obviously was not held. I would like to know if at some point somebody could look into what happened to any prize donations, any cash donations, if they were returned, and how that was accounted for. I'm going to keep it short and sweet because I know you guys have a long day, but please hear me when I tell you thank you today.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. And I think that does it for our public comments.
Yeah, the other, you have two others, but Commissioners, I inform you, Mr. Chairman, those are for the public hearing that we have at 11 o'clock, I believe. I hope I did have those there in front of you. And so I think that is all that we have today on the public comments.
Yeah, but well, if it's for the public hearing, they really didn't have to fill out a
Yes,
card.
and I told them that I went to the back room, so thank you.
Okay. All right, well, let's take a 5-minute recess. And yes, sir. Mhm.
Mr. Chairman, I'll do one on this, that what we need to do. I think what we need to do is separate, or we ain't taking no sides to none of that. And later on address that way. Well, I don't want the public thinking we taking this side or that side. So when they said what we need to do, leave the commissioners out of it and let us do our job from up here.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're in recess.
Hi, I'm Kara Landis. I'm a professional realtor in love with St. George Island. When my husband and I and our dogs moved here in 2002, it was the beginning of an adventure that has never grown old in a community that is amazing. If you're thinking about moving to St. George Island or investing in our world-class real estate, then this community will be as important to you as the sand and surf.
Well, Kara to me is much more than an agent. She's become a friend, and since we bought the house, we've needed work done, and she knows everybody there is that can help us with that.
One of the key elements for the historical growth and value of St. George Island real estate is the fact that it's a great place to vacation and to live. The beauty of the Gulf of Mexico with its white sand beaches and blue sky has always been a magnet for me. It was love at first sight. As your realtor, I can help educate you on the various aspects of buying and owning coastal properties. From taxes to coastal setback lines to where to find the best oysters, it's all part of being your realtor.
Too often our friends tell us of it being a hardship to buy a house, and the agent was gone as soon as the closing. We've had quite the opposite experience with Kara.
If you're looking to buy or sell real estate on St. George Island, I'd love to work with you. Please call or text me at 850-653-7753.
Beaches? Yeah, we've got that. Fresh seafood? Got that too. Historical landmarks? You bet. Fishing? Oh, yeah. But what do we have the others don't? This. Peace, quiet, and relaxation. Florida's Forgotten Coast. The Florida you remember.
I'm David Newton. I'm the new primary care physician in town. I moved here from Montana, and I'm currently working at both Weems East and West Clinic. I'm here working as a primary care physician, but also take care of my patients in the inpatient setting. So if you're hospitalized here at Weems, you'll see me as well. Or if you need to rehab after a significant event and you need to participate in our swing bed program, I'll also be taking care of you. Even though I only work in the Weems Memorial System, I'm actually employed by Tallahassee Memorial Physician Partners. I'm the Franklin County branch. They've established a partnership, which I'm very grateful for, which allows me to be an employee of Tallahassee Memorial and work very closely with the numerous resources that they have, as well as working in the area that I wanted to work in, which is rural family medicine and practice in Apalachicola. Once again, I'm Dr. David Newton. If you have any medical concerns or want to talk to somebody about medical conditions you're experiencing, just give me a call here at Weems and I'd love to take care of you. If you see me out in public, I'll probably be carrying around a little pug named Dr. Pepper. We'd love to talk to you. So just stop and say, hey, what's up? And I'd love to have a conversation with you or just shoot the breeze.
It's Captain Finn here, your favorite captain, by the way, and I've got some big news for you. You can now watch me on Roku streaming TV. So how do you do that? Well, you gotta go to Forgotten Coast TV on your Roku streaming device. You can see that right here at the bottom of the screen. Go do a search for it or find it in the travel section. Now, Forgotten Coast TV features programs about our beautiful piece of paradise right here on Florida's Forgotten Coast. So make sure you add Forgotten Coast TV on your Roku streaming device and watch me, your favorite captain, Captain Finn, on How to Forgotten Coast like a local.
Do you need a vacation? A vacation that you can reconnect with the ones you love. Spend time relaxing, not rushing. Visit Florida's Forgotten Coast, the Florida you remember.
Fisherman's Choice Bait and Tackle has all you need for your day of fishing. They have fresh and saltwater bait, an unmatched selection of mirror lures, and a wide selection of Berkley Gulp, plus fresh and live bait and all the rigs and tackle you need for a great day of fishing, including brands like Penn and Shimano. They are also the only bait and tackle shop in Franklin County where you can get a fishing license. And don't miss their wide selection of marine supplies, coolers, and more. Fisherman's Choice is located at 330 Highway 98 in East Point.
Beaches? Yeah, we've got that. Fresh seafood? Got that too.
Historical landmarks? You bet. Fishing? Oh, yeah. But what do we have the others don't? This. Peace, quiet, and relaxation. Florida's forgotten coast. The Florida you remember.
In regards to our swing bed program, for critical access hospitals, we have these special designations called swing bed, which are inpatient rehab types of programs. We have a nice new physical therapy room with lots of new equipment as well as occupational therapy. We'd love for you to take advantage of. If you've had something like a joint replacement or some sort of significant hospitalization where you've been weakened, you have a family member, for example, who's had those situations in a different area, and you'd like them close to you so you can visit them or check in on them regularly, we could always offer those services to your family members so you can be close to provide them with emotional and social support.
Lord, I'm all tangled up here. Oh, well, hey everybody, this is Captain Finn, your favorite captain, by the way, and I'm here today with a helpful tip. Now, whenever possible, please retrieve and properly dispose of any monofilament line that you encounter, even if it's not yours. And you can use the PVC recycling bins located at the boat ramps and piers, or you can visit one of the local tackle shops with a line recycling bin. And please, 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 I can't ask you enough, help keep my home and your favorite vacation spot, Florida's Forgotten Coast, beautiful. This is Captain Finn, and I'll see you next time.
Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. Up next is roads and bridges.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Howard is attending one of those EOC classes. It was scheduled today, and so I don't think any action items in his report, but any questions you guys may have, we could. And Erin would like to add the lowboy trailer item in her report. If you pull out her report, it's a separate insert in your add. Let's turn the mic Erin's way.
Yeah, Commissioners, it is item number 8 on my report. It's a lowboy trailer purchase for the road department. And as part of this year's budget, the road department was granted approval to purchase a new lowboy trailer to haul heavy equipment. The road department has searched far and wide for this equipment, and unfortunately, with all of the supply chain delays affecting metal and automotive supplies, even with the skyrocketing prices, most dealers have been unable to provide manufacturing dates for the trailers. The road department has successfully located a lowboy trailer at Kaufman Trailers of South Carolina, and the dealer has agreed to beat a quote awarded by Collier County based on the Florida Sheriff's Association contract pricing. The Kaufman quote and the 2021 Collier County quote are attached for reference. Board action to approve and authorize the purchase of a lowboy trailer for the road department with price matching the Collier County quotation from the Florida Sheriff's Association bid list.
So moved.
A motion to approve by Commissioner Lockley,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bolt. Any discussion?
They got the
Commissioners?
monies, right?
They do.
Okay.
It's just taken a while to locate the trailer.
Yeah, it was actually budgeted for them for this year, wasn't it?
It was.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
So back to what I was saying, I don't know if you have any questions for any items for road department.
I do, Chairman.
Yes.
Last week, a couple weeks ago, I got reached out by a constituent with some ditches to be cleaned along Highway 98. I called Ferrovial, who I understood was the one in charge. They told me that it was not, so I contacted Howard at the road department, and he said something about, well, it's not theirs either. So I sat down with Mr. Morone last week and to hash this out. So my point being, I think we have a plan moving forward. I think Ferrovial's contracted to clean ditches out every 6 months, and I think we realized for the public that's not soon enough, especially with grass growing in the ditches. There's a lot of ditches along Highway 98 we all know needs to be cleaned. So in discussion with Mr. Morone, I think we've got something maybe in the future we can help with. That's why the county was doing it. They were doing it in between. It got done, thankfully, but my point is I want to be able to know who to call when I have something that needs to be done in my district. Is it Ferrovial? Is it the county? I know that the county does take care of some ditches along Highway 98 in East Point from a certain street to a certain street. But just in the future, I think we need to just hash that out. As I spoke to you, and I already talked to Howard about this yesterday, so what I'm saying is something he is already aware of, and I told him I was going to bring it up. I know he's not here today, but another thing is, inmates. I know that Mr. Howard and the road department depend heavily on inmate labor to mow the grass, to clean ditches, et cetera, et cetera. I don't like to rely on that because I think a lot of times he's expecting 4 or 5 inmates. I think the other day he got 1. So we don't need to disservice our citizens and cause Mr. Howard and them's work to be more increased of a load because they don't have the inmates that they were expecting. And then our ditches or our roadways or all the things that the road department does, which is immense, needs to be neglected, in my opinion. So I don't know if in the future maybe we can, I know we just redid the contracts. My point is we may need to look at it in the future, maybe especially during the summer, if we're not gonna be getting the inmates, maybe get some part-time staff for the road department to help facilitate all the ditches and all the grass mowing and all that stuff that he relies on inmates heavily for.
No.
I don't think we should disservice our citizens because we don't have the inmates that we need to get stuff done, personally. I don't speak on behalf of the board. This is me talking.
I agree with you. I agree 100% with you. Because right about long now, they got to send, in order for them to get, they get them 1 inmate. That's what Howard told me, 1 inmate per crew. And if he don't send how many of the crew, if you don't send all 6 of them out there, they don't get all 6. They just get one for the truck they send. But I think we need to write Tallahassee and let them know we need more help. I know the war knows it, but sometimes you have to go to the top on things. And I'll make a motion we let Tallahassee know we need more inmates. And like the department.
Yeah, so Commissioner, what I would like to do is out of respect, allow me to meet with the warden first and say, okay, here's the situation. You know, we need to know what the true inmate situation is. Come back and report to you, you're not satisfied that, then direct me to go to Tallahassee. But I have never met with him in recent time about this situation. So I prefer not to go around him until we've given an opportunity for him to respond. That's what I'm asking or recommending to you with your motion. And then, again, if you're not satisfied with his answer, then, you know, as you say, we go to somebody else in Tallahassee to answer that question.
Okay, we can do that too, but if the most, because, you know, they got a bunch of inmates over there. I know they can spare more than one. If that's all, what, find out what ain't right. What, they closing down or something, they can't ship out to one inmate?
So, Commissioner Locker, we have a motion to discuss with the warden about our inmate issues, the lack of inmates that we're getting, and know that if we can't get resolution there, then we're going to write a letter. Is that your motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would second that.
All right, we have a second by Commissioner Bolt.
Good.
Yep. I would ask a question while we're discussing this. Did I understand right? Are we having to send a van for one inmate, and if we want multiple inmates, we have to send multiple vans?
That is something I would like to talk to the warden about, because to me, I think Howard should have the opportunity to know before he leaves how many inmates he's getting. Now, I've heard different stories, and Fonda's here, he could maybe help, but I've heard that sometimes you do know, sometimes you think you know, and then when you get there, it changes. I don't know. But we need a clearer procedure or policy, because to me, if you call and you know you're getting one inmate, say, no thanks, but no thanks. Because the time that you spend to get the inmates, the gas that we're spending to go get one inmate in a county vehicle, I'm sorry, that doesn't make sense to me. Yeah.
That's what they do.
So, I mean, I don't know their procedures, and I'm not trying to speak to those.
Yes.
There might be a reason behind it, but I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense for us to send 4 vans to get 4 single inmates. If that's what we're doing, indeed, I don't know. But to me, that doesn't make a lot of sense, because now you multiply it times 4.
4 days
or 6, or, you know, whatever. And again, they might be a procedure I don't know about or we don't know about. That's fine. We just need to have that discussion.
That'll be part of my discussion with it.
Yes, sir.
I don't understand how, because we used to get 20 or more.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
According to Howard's report here, he's getting 1 inmate crew, 1 inmate per crew. We have 6 crews. What do you have to do when you go over there? You have to check these people out. Okay, he's gonna be with this particular supervisor today. You get 1 inmate. That's why they having to send vans over there to get them, because whoever checks this inmates out is responsible till that inmate checks back in, the supervisor of that crew.
So, but we have to send 6 different vans?
If you got 6 different crews and they want an inmate, 1 inmate, where we used to have 4 to the van, and then you could have more with a state supervisor or a DOC correctional officer gets, I think he gets up to 6 per crew. County crew can only get 4, but Howard's saying he's down to 1 per crew.
So can we send just 2 vans and get 4 apiece, or?
Well, that particular van, no, you can't send 2 vans and get 4 apiece, because you're only getting 1 per crew. We got 6 crews. Howard has 6 crews.
3 and 3 or something? Can we?
Well, if you do that, then you're only gonna have 3 people on this crew, 3 people on that crew, and you're gonna have 4 crews not working. You understand what I'm saying? So if you could stop, you can do that if those three inmates are gonna be with that crew, that particular supervisor all day long, because he's the one responsible. Whoever checks them out, picks them up, is responsible for getting them back and making sure they do nothing wrong in the amount of time that they have them. So if you go over and you send 2 vans to get 3 apiece, then that particular way I understand it now, I'm not a inmate supervisor, but the way I understand it is if you go over there and pick them up, then you're responsible for it. You can't come back to the road camp and split 1 per crew and then have 6 different people responsible when 1 person picked them up. You understand what I'm saying? That's
I hear you.
You're gonna meet with the warden so you can get this information and bring back to us.
Yes, sir. I just got to work it in my mind, because, so what's a crew? A supervisor and an inmate?
Yeah, that's what it is right now, according to his report.
Yeah.
1 inmate.
Maybe we could pool, anyway. Okay, I'll talk to the warden.
You have to have that discussion.
Yes, sir, I will.
When you're over there.
Yeah, well, I wasn't attempting to have some kind of long drawn out discussion without Howard being here. I realized he wasn't gonna be here today. That's why I didn't say his name when I first started, because I didn't know if somebody was gonna be here in lieu of Howard, or, you know what I mean? So that's why I didn't state his name. However, there is some sense where if you're only getting 1 inmate, does that really accrue? I mean, we're talking about not working crews, does that really accrue with 1 person?
That's what I'm saying, a supervisor and an inmate
no.
is that, yeah. Anyway, but you're right. Let me talk to the warden, and then I can report back to the board, and I'll incorporate all this discussion. A couple more things. Commissioner Ward, and maybe I misstated what I was trying to say. When it comes to Ferrovial, they do it 6 times a year. Is what it is. Not every 6 months, and I'm sorry, I might have said that. It's 6 times a year they do that. And as it relates to part-timers, I guess we'll make that decision after I have the discussion with the warden, and then we send a letter to Tallahassee. Budget time is coming up, so that's a discussion we really need to work out with Howard. As you saw in Aaron's report, budget workshops are next month, a week from today, a month from today. I'm sorry. Yeah. So yeah.
Mr. Chairman, sorry. As I was explaining to you last week, it's frustrating for me as a commissioner when I'm trying to call to get stuff done, and I'm not saying run around, but I get told certain things, and I just want stuff done.
Yeah.
I mean, I told you this before. But I know it has to be easier way on all these topics, and as I said, Mr. Howard is aware that I was going to bring this up. I'm sorry he's not here today, but he is aware. Everything I'm saying right here on record, I explained to him yesterday. So he is aware, but thank y'all.
What's interesting is I had the exact same conversation with Howard yesterday on the phone. I called nobody else, called Howard. I said, Howard, I don't know if you're the right person to talk to, but here's my issue. What can you do to help me with it? You know what I mean? If you need to call somebody, please do it. But that's the way I addressed it.
Yeah. And I don't want anybody.
And it was about the ditches on 98 through East Point.
Right. Same problem I have. And I don't want anybody doing a job that it's not their job to do.
Right.
I want to get the right person that's supposed to be there to do the job to do the job. And I know Mr. Howard's inundated right now with all the work he has already, and especially since he don't have the inmates available that he's supposed to have. So it just, like I said, it compiles.
And Commissioner Lockley, I'll probably draft Howard and Fonda to go with me to that meeting with the with the warden.
Yeah, because they the one who said they were gonna help us.
Well, we just signed those contracts.
I know. They said they were gonna help us, with inmate labor and different things. They've been told us that, and now they're getting down. It's been going down.
Yeah.
So any more discussion before we vote on this motion? I'm sorry, was you through? I wasn't trying to cut you off, Commissioner. If I did, I apologize. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous. All right, up next, Mr. Fonda Davis.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
I have one item on my report this morning. Waste Management Disposal Service Agreement. The current disposal contract between Franklin County and Waste Management is set to expire September the 30th of this year. Under Section 3 term of the contract, it states this agreement may be renewed for additional terms of 5 years upon mutual agreement of the parties expressed in writing before the expiration of the existing term. Waste Management proposed the following increase up to $10, the annual CPI, water, sewer, trash, and 5-year renewal expiring September 30th of 2027.
Okay. Did you go up on yours?
We gonna need to, yes, sir.
Yeah, we got to pass it on, that's all. I mean, we can't eat it. I'm gonna make a motion that we accept they proposal. And also that you go up on your, what you call it, tipping fee? Or
Yes.
Whatever you call it. Cause everything going up, that's the.
Right. So in the past, what happened, Commissioner, when they present a contract like this, we normally let Mr. Schuler look at it first and then.
Oh, I thought he had.
Yeah.
I thought he had checked it. Well, I'll make a motion with faith after Mr. Schuler look at it.
What?
Yes, sir. I have not reviewed the proposal for the renewal at this point, but we've got until September.
Yes, that's correct.
I'll report back at the next meeting, assuming I get the paperwork from Waste Management.
Well, and I'll wait till you get a second if you want me to add, to explain why we haven't sent it yet, Commissioner. I would, Fonda and I, we talked to them, we wanted, a couple of commissioners met and called just to get some background history about it with Waste Management. What we wanted Waste Management to do, so it's come and stand there at the podium where Fonda is now, where you guys at a public meeting have a chance to have them a better explanation, because the increase isn't just the rate, it also includes the CPI, so that's two things in there. So I just wanted you guys to be comfortable with it. And I hear you, Commissioner Locke, I know exactly what you're gonna tell me, well, the last time, I know, sir. But I still wanted the opportunity for you guys to be able to question Waste Management and their representatives in front of the board. That's the reason why Fonda, nor I sent it to Attorney Schuler yet, so I kinda wanted to make sure you're aware of that, sir, okay?
I can rescind my motion and let y'all do all that.
And then maybe after the next, because I plan to have them here at the next meeting, with everybody's schedule.
So do we just need to direct Attorney Schuler to review this so we can be ready to talk about it?
He could. I mean, I was gonna tell Commissioner Lockby, he could review the contract and have, in case you have more questions with the contract when they get here at the next meeting, So, yeah, I just want to explain to you, Commissioner, that's all, where we are with, in the process, I guess, if I can say it. Right, yes. And I know Commissioner Bolt is going to have something to say, because he met with them and talked to them too.
Great, Commissioner.
Thank you. With regard to the rate increase, separate from the CPI formula, I'd like us to consider proposing to Waste Management that we phase in that rate increase. Perhaps start off with $5 and let it phase in for 6 months or a year, and then go to the next $5 to make up the total amount. And just wanted to bring that out as an idea to soften the blow and open for discussion.
So currently, all we're doing is sending this to Attorney Schuler.
That's right. I just
correct?
wanted to be thinking about that.
Yeah, but
Thank
that would be a valid point to discuss with them when they're here in the room.
Okay.
And this hasn't been, we haven't, it's been a couple of years since we did our last contract, correct?
The last contract was 5 years.
5 years ago? Okay.
Yeah. We had the CPI a couple of years.
Right. That was the last time we had a rate increase?
Yes.
Was a couple, okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. So are you fine with us just directing you to do that, sir, or did we?
Yes,
need
sir.
a motion
I
to
was
do it?
making a calendar note to get with Fonda tomorrow to discuss this.
Okay. All right, anything else, Mr. Davis?
That's it. That's all I have.
Yes. Do you have something that's pertains to him?
Fonda's operations as well.
Please proceed.
It's going to be item number 7 on my report. As part of the landfill permit renewal with FDEP, which was completed in May, the landfill inspection report noted that 2 stormwater pumps were inoperable. Since that inspection, a 3rd pump has now failed at the leachate. Landfill Director Fonda Davis contacted King's Plumbing, and King's has submitted a repair estimate to replace all 4 pumps at the landfill for $43,342.37. Board action to authorize waiving the bid policy to proceed with the emergency repairs of the stormwater and leachate pumps at the landfill to be paid out of the tipping fee fund.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Lockley,
Second with a comment.
second by Commissioner Bolt. Please proceed with your comment.
Fonda, that $43,000, in your opinion, is that fair value for what they're going to have to do? Do you think that that's a fair price? Even
Yes,
though
sir.
they're a single source?
Yes, I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
if I might, since the board is declaring an emergency, I would request that Mr. Davis make a record for the board as to what the effect is when these pumps are down and inoperable, and what that does to his operation, so we'll have at least a factual basis in the record for the declaration of emergency.
Okay.
So what happened to the leachate pump, we have the seal at the landfill, it's the liner, and it have perforated pipe in the liner that draws to any water that comes in contact with garbage is called leachate. So if that water is not drained into a sump pump station, which is then pumped into East Point Water and Sewer, if that doesn't be pumped out, it could spill over and cause contamination to the groundwater. And that's something we do not want DEP to get hold to. Again, you know, we do have monitoring wells that will detect that, so.
Yep. And currently, we're down to one pump working out of 4, correct?
No, sir, we're down to no pumps working right now.
Okay, so yeah, I think it's a state of emergency.
Yeah,
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
All of them out.
all of them out now.
And so I'll amend my second.
Yep. All right. So, any more discussion before we vote?
That good, Mr. Schuler?
Does that cover it, Attorney
Yes,
Schuler?
sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Davis. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you all.
Anything else, sir?
Just one more question.
Okay.
Just wanted to reaffirm that relative to some of the money that you got when you sold surplus equipment, you have used that money to pay for the playground equipment at the Cassie Lowry Playground Park.
That's correct.
And that playground equipment is on its way for delivery and assembly. I just
Yes.
wanted to verify that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, good. All right.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman,
you.
I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Davis, publicly for, there was a boat somebody illegally dumped on CC Lane Road in my district.
Oh.
It was right in the right of way. I spoke to Mr. Davis about it, and then it was picked up that day. So thank you for expediting the pickup of that boat. So appreciate it.
You're more than welcome. We aim to please.
Say one more
Yes, sir.
point, Fonda, just to reaffirm that your men and equipment can and do go into St. James Bay to pick up trash and vegetation and that type of thing.
When you
Do you
say
do that
St.
on a regular basis?
St. James Bay is exactly where you're talking about, Commissioner.
The golf club and all the St. James property there, you know, through all those roads like Crooked River
Going to
Road.
Lanark.
No, this is in St. James, just
sir.
East of Lanark.
No, sir.
You're not going in there often?
No,
Okay.
I think that's considered private property. I don't know. We never went in there, but if
Okay.
we,
So, yeah, there was a discussion about that recently, that those roads are county roads and dedicated county roads, and I'll get that clarified for you so that you can know to go in there when you need to.
all right.
Okay, good.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Mr. David, let me ask you a
Yes, sir.
question. Them pumps, will DEP shut us down? If they ain't working like that?
You might not want to answer you, so I'm sorry, I just.
We are going to get them repaired
No,
as
I-
quickly
I'm
as
not,
possible.
they most likely will give us a time to get them fixed.
Sure,
if
you're
they
on the
come-
way to cure
A
right now.
grace period, can we say that, sir?
It'll be okay. I go King to get on in there and fix it.
Yeah, I saw his expression, that's why.
Mr. King will look at it.
Yeah, he will.
Mr. Fonda, thank you for your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
All right, up next, Ms. Pam Burnell, Emergency Management.
Good morning, Commissioners. Pam and I are both here today. We only have 2 action items. Our first is we are requesting the board's approval and signing of, it's a modification, but it's an extension of the date for our EOC design grant. It has been extended to June 30th of 2023.
Okay.
So just to be clear, it's just a date modification, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
sir, that's all.
thank you.
That's all.
Thank you.
So move.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second,
second by Commissioner Bolt.
just a comment.
All right, go ahead, please.
Are we saying that we're extending this design grant timeframe to design a new EOC? We have a longer timeframe to produce that design.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, all right.
All right, any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous. Please proceed.
Yes. We have a Polaris here at the EOC, and we are requesting the board approve us to transfer this Polaris over to Fonda with Parks and Rec. I've already spoke to Fonda, and he is more than happy to take it. It would be of more use under Parks and Rec. It would be able to be used more there than here through our EOC.
Okay.
So move.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Parrish,
Second with a comment.
second by Commissioner Lockley. Please proceed, Commissioner.
Oh, what I'm voting on, I don't know what it.
They're taking the Polaris that they have, and they're gonna move it, just give it to Fonda.
They're just
to
giving it
Parks
to
and Rec,
Fonda.
for their use.
The what?
A Polaris, like a UTV, like a,
Oh,
yeah, you know, ATV,
oh,
yeah.
nah, I'm good.
All right, any more discussion, Commissioners? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Yeah, it's a big, yeah, not a car, because nobody gives away cars. I'm just kidding, ladies, just kidding.
Anything else, Miss Jennifer, Miss Pam?
That's it, Commissioners. Thank y'all.
Thank you. All right, Mr. DeWitt Polis, mosquito control.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
I have one action item this morning. I'd like the Commissioners to approve Virginia Messer as our assistant, they're the secretarial assistant, transfer $1,000 from mosquito control over to the road department budget. This money had been budgeted previously, and she'd been receiving that for several years. And somehow or another, through all the other stuff we've done, that she has stopped receiving that. Wasn't receiving anything from mosquito control, so she does a lot of work for me. And I'd like for the board to reapprove that. It's been approved one time, and it's in my budget.
Okay, and it's effective October 1st, 2021?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's already in your budget?
Yes, yes, sir.
So moved.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Lockley.
I'll second with comment or question rather.
Okay, second by Commissioner Ward. Please proceed, Commissioner.
You said that it was approved in effective October 2021. Has she not been receiving this
No,
money since then?
no.
But it was approved?
It was approved and been in my budget, but I think through the Greenleaf stuff and all transferred, that was somehow another left out, but it's been there.
Does she?
The Evergreen Pay Plan?
Right.
Yeah, that actually was taken into account, but it was still a transfer from mosquito control into the road department budget. So even though that we had all of the base salaries that were actually established by Evergreen, they did not take that one into account.
She actually didn't include the mosquito control work that she was doing in that. I was trying to keep it separate, and I told her, she probably should have, but that's the minimum. I mean, that's what I'm paying her to do all the secretarial. She answers the phones, helps me with reports and a lot of stuff.
Okay.
All my IT work that she does on her computers and stuff. And, but I'd like to, give that back to her.
By the time you take out the taxes and stuff, yeah, we got to, I think we should, I think you're right, I think we should add it into, have Evergreen look at that and fix it so it's fair and it's automatic in her salary. I think that'll work out better for her. In the long run, Commissioners, I think it would.
All right, so any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
And just some informational stuff here. From May the 11th to June the 14th, we approximately treated 51,898 acres in the county. And for the spray request or complaints, you know, you can see what I had, 2 in Alligator Point, 5 in Apalachicola, 0 in Carabel, 2 in East Point, and 0 in Lanark, and 2 in St. George Island. And the mosquito count, you can look at that. It's up from the last board meeting. I suspect it to go up even further, you know, with the rain stuff that we've had. I suspect it will increase significantly for that. And then back here, I finally got the ditch work that we done back in the fall and the winter. Those are some of the ditches, approximately 60 ditches that mosquito control cleaned and maintained. And we run into the same issue as Howard with the inmates. We could probably do approximately that many more. I think there's about 60 ditches. And these are not just little roadside ditches. These are some of the big outfall ditches. But same issue, just no inmates. You know, you send a truck over there and you get 2 inmates. And you just, when you stick those guys in these big ditches, you know, it's a losing battle, but we do the best we can. We did get that much done. Scott pushed them really hard, and, you know, I appreciate that. But that's all I have for the board this morning.
They not getting you, but they getting you 2?
Excuse me?
They getting you 2?
Yeah, well, a lot of times it was 2, but I did call the prison and told them, look, if you can't give me at least a minimum of 3, I don't need them at all, because it's not working out. You know, the expense is going over, and
Gas prices going up.
the prices, everything going up, and you just can't get anything done because these ditches are, I mean, some of these ditches are, you know, 10 foot deep.
Yeah, I know.
And they
Did that
agreed,
help
and they did there towards the middle of the year start sending me 3. So I'd like to get 5, but
That would be great, wouldn't
yeah.
What the highest you ever got?
5.
5, okay.
Yeah, they guarantee us 5 is what they told us, but we hadn't received 5 in years.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, so do you maintain ditches that are separate from what Ferrovial, Howard, I mean?
That's correct.
Wow.
Yeah. A lot of these are, they call them mosquito control ditches. They were dug 50 years ago. Some of them went unmaintained for years. That's how we actually started this program.
Okay.
And got in there and started cleaning them. And, you know, some of these ditches, it took us weeks just to get through them the first time. Since then, and this has been, you know, 14 years now, thereabout. So we're able to maintain them and go through them pretty quick now.
Yeah.
The first couple of years, it was pretty bad. And to Hubert Chipman's past superintendents, he did send some crews in there with me at the beginning to get some of these things where they're maintainable. But yeah, a lot of these ditches, and Howard does help me from time to time with some of these ditches. If he has one, a commissioner calls him about a ditch, you know, and I've only got 2 guys, 3 guys. Sometimes he will put a crew in there and help me with that.
Okay.
That project.
it? A lot of these ditches too, historically, are ones that hold more water than other ditches.
Yeah, these are some of the main drainage ditches
Right.
for
Yeah,
areas.
yeah. Right.
I take, for instance, over in Lanark, you know, all the ditches run from north to south, and if you don't go in there, all that water can be backed up back to the north in all those communities, and that's throughout. And we do a lot of ditches in the city, but I have approached the city in the past, and they have started maintaining some of their own ditches.
Good. Good.
Do they help you with that old long one out there in my district, the city?
Uh-huh.
They do?
Towards 2 Mile?
Yeah.
Yep. Mhm.
That one, and there's one out there about 24, that old big one.
About 24th.
23rd.
That runs from.
That's right behind Duck Sioux House. You know where Duck?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that.
Okay, yeah. Like I said, we didn't finish this year. We didn't get through all the ditches. We just ran out of time. But we will. The inmate situation will increase, or we'll get some more help, you know.
Yeah, that's a tall one back there.
Yeah.
Taller than
Commissioner Ward, interestingly enough, we talked about Ferrovial. They do not, if it's on their day to clean a ditch, if it has water in that ditch, it is their policy not to clean that ditch. They will not clean a ditch if it's water. I guess that's a state thing, you know, a DOT thing, I don't know, but yeah. I know, that's why I said that to witness, to let you know the difference between, yeah.
That's why
Mr.
they wear
Chairman.
rain boots.
Yeah.
Okay. Any more concerns or questions?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner.
Do it, just educate me, is there a product that's harmless to humans that can be applied to localized standing water in ditches for the purpose of controlling mosquitoes?
Yes, sir. We actually use a couple of different products. One of them is, the main ingredient is methoprene, and it's Altosid extended residual. We can put these, and the reason we use, they're very expensive, but the reason we use this is because of the manpower. We can put them in a ditch or
Yes.
a retention area somewhere, and they last up to 5 months. So, you know, it's just, if it's wet, it activates. If it's dry, it deactivates. It just sits there until it gets wet again.
It has a
That works
lifespan
good for us.
5 months of lifespan?
Yep.
Okay.
If it's underwater.
Okay.
But, you know, it could last longer if it gets dry.
Okay.
But yeah, it's one of the products called Altosid XR.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poles.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, if you may, Eric is not here. He's at medical day. Is in Tallahassee.
Okay.
And I know it's 11 o'clock, so we have to, I know where's John's chagrin? John Solomon, there he is back there smiling. We got to get ready for the public hearing, but I need to put a document up on the screen. Could we take 5? Let me get
Yes.
that set up for you.
Mhm.
And then we'll go to John and then Ted. So
Okay.
after-
So we're going to do a 5-minute recess, get set up for this public hearing.
Thank you.
Our beautiful piece of paradise, please make sure you visit our local shops, restaurants, galleries, and take some time to experience something different and take a fishing trip or tour with one of our experienced guides. Our neighbors and their businesses are the heartbeat of our community. Thank you for visiting, and remember to shop local, eat local, and fish local. This message is brought to you by the Apalachicola Bay Chamber of Commerce.
Hi, I'm Carol Landis. I'm a professional realtor in love with St. George Island. When my husband and I and our dogs moved here in 2002, it was the beginning of an adventure that has never grown old in a community that is amazing. If you're thinking about moving to St. George Island or investing in our world-class real estate, then this community will be as important to you as the sand and surf.
Well, Kara to me is much more than an agent. She's become a friend, and since we bought the house, we've needed work done, and she knows everybody there is that can help us with that.
One of the key elements for the historical growth and value of St. George Island real estate is the fact that it's a great place to vacation and to live. The beauty of the Gulf of Mexico with its white sand beaches and blue sky has always been a magnet for me. It was love at first sight. As your realtor, I can help educate you on the various aspects of buying and owning coastal properties. From taxes to coastal setback lines to where to find the best oysters, it's all part of being your realtor.
Too often our friends tell us of it being a hardship to buy a house, and the agent was gone as soon as the closing. We've had quite the opposite experience with Kara.
If you're looking to buy or sell real estate on St. George Island, I'd love to work with you. Please call or text me at 850-653-7753.
Yeah, we've got that. Fresh seafood? Got that too. Historical landmarks? You bet. Fishing? Oh yeah. But what do we have the others don't? This. Peace, quiet, and relaxation. Florida's forgotten coast. The Florida you remember.
Hi everybody, this is Captain Finn, your favorite captain by the way, and I'm inviting you to tune in on your desktop, computer, or mobile device and watch my new web series, How to Forgotten Coast Like a Local. And let me tell you, I've been exploring this beautiful piece of paradise right here in Franklin County, Florida, and I want to share it with you. Heard about the legend of Tate's Hell? Give you a little tidbit on our great fishing we have here. I've checked out our museums, and I've also put the spotlight on our nightlife. So, tune in, How to Forgotten Coast Like a Local, with your favorite captain. That's me, by the way, Captain Finn. Hope you tune in.
Currently working towards various telehealth programs where we might be able to sit down and talk to specialists one-on-one so we can get on the same page with clinical direction, wound care, endocrine, nutritionists, psychiatry. We have a lot of interesting ideas that we'd like to implement as soon as possible, and we're working towards doing that on a day-to-day basis.
Franklin County Board of Commissioners now back in session. We're going straight into our public hearing on possibly taking action to rescind emergency ordinance 92-3. Attorney Schuler?
All right, Mr. Chairman, may I proceed?
Yes.
All right, as the chairman said, this is a public hearing to consider an ordinance rescinding emergency ordinance 92-3. Emergency ordinance 92-3 prohibited vehicles of a certain weight and number of axles along a road called McIntyre Road. Not all of McIntyre, but part of McIntyre. And if you will look at the illustration on the television, on the far right-hand side, you'll see a yellow line. That is 319, and it is approximately where the fire tower is just before you get to the Oak-Lockney Bridge. To the left of that, you'll see a line extending straight, and then it sort of curves up to the north. Then it will make a slow left-hand turn and go down to that light green line near the bottom of the illustration. Don't move it, Mike. Okay. And that is an area that's known as Brandy Creek. So generally speaking, ordinance 92-3 prohibits vehicles of a certain weight and number of axles along the area of McIntyre Road that I've described. Essentially, to put it in shorthand terms, it was intended to keep log trucks from tearing the road up because there's some private property back there. As you come off of 319 and go all the way to the back where that left-hand turn is, there are 5 40-acre parcels that front on that river that you're looking at, the Oak-Lockney. And then as you make that left-hand turn, there's a little 5-acre parcel there. All of that's private property. Everything else around surrounding McIntyre Road is owned by the trustees of the Internal Trust Fund, state of Florida. So can you move on to the next couple of screens, Mike? That'll, okay, although it is less clear and less large than the first illustration. Oh, there you go, look at that. Can you make that enlarge it a little bit more?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, move it to the right a little bit.
All
right, now you can see those 5 40-acre tracts I was telling you about along the river, and then you can see that tiny little square just to the left hand right there. That is the 5-acre parcel. Those are the private parcels that I was referring to. Everything else around the area of McIntyre Road that's subject to the weight and axle restriction is owned by the state of Florida. Recently, and frankly not for the first time, the state has asked the county for permission to put log trucks along that area, the prohibited area of McIntyre, because they want to log McIntyre. Now, whether they're doing a thinning or a clear cut is not clear to me, but the area of state lands along that area that's prohibited of McIntyre for log trucks, they want to log. And so they went to Mr. Morone and said, can we log there? Of course, when the question came to me, the answer is no. There's a county ordinance that says that you can't log in that area because of the prohibition. Well, it's not that you can't log, but you can't put the trucks on the public road. They would have to exit off of their own property and build their own ramps, which is, I think they've always taken the position that's cost prohibitive. So the state has asked the county, once again, to consider rescinding the emergency ordinance and allowing them to put their log trucks on that area of McIntyre Road that I have previously described as being a prohibited area for log trucks. The board authorizes public hearing. The ad has been duly noticed in the newspaper, so you're in a procedural position for the board to make a decision. I don't know if anyone from forestry is or is not here physically or online to speak, but I think I heard someone say there's public comment on this. So I think unless the board has any questions for me about the ordinance, which is pretty straightforward, if you rescind the ordinance, they can proceed with logging. If you don't rescind the ordinance, then they may proceed with logging, but they're not going to exit off of McIntyre Road. The state has said that they will address the historical concern about maintenance of the road by requiring the logger to grade the road and keep it in passable condition. But I would rather someone from forestry be here to represent that as opposed to, what they're telling myself, or actually they told Mr. Morone, who told me. So unless the board has questions for me, I would recommend that you proceed with public comment.
Anyone have questions for Attorney Schuler from the board?
I don't think this is a question for Mr. Schuler. I don't know, we don't have anybody from forestry on the line or anything?
Mike?
Mr. Morone?
Not that I know of, Commissioner.
I'll
While
just-
we're doing public comments, I could maybe reach out to Clint and see.
I'll just save my question until after public comment then.
Okay. All right. All right, so we'll proceed with public comment. If you wish to speak, please come forward, state your name for the record.
Yes, my name's Carol Nichols. I live on McIntyre. I'm the last house. And years ago, when we started this here and stopped it, the ruts in the road were 4 foot deep to 3 foot deep. And if y'all open it up and let them go through and maintain, we're gonna come through the same problem. Y'all got millions of dollars tied up in that road. That road runs on my property, right there by my house. Give them so many foot because my property runs from the line of the railroad track, is what it states on my title. I don't want log trucks on that road. Now, if they just got to have it, you can tell them that they can buy my place for $350,000 and I'll go find me something else. Other than that, an ambulance can't get to me. The cops can't get down there. Well, the cops have got trucks now. They might get down there, but the fire trucks can't get down there to me or to anybody else. Now, I've done have my husband die down there and my daughter. And I've got to have open heart surgery, so you know what kind of condition I'm in. So I don't want the road tore up. They have plenty of roads to go in and out, and if they're willing to grade and keep up a road, which they don't even keep up the rest of the roads they've got plenty of roads to maintain as well. I mean, I don't know what the problem is. They've got 2 major roads from the golf course and from over there by the prison. Where they want to lodge from what you're talking there in Brandy. They have, I think, 3 roads runs to 319. One is by the fire tower. Them is the blocks, which you ain't got them, they're not blocks on your screen. You got, from off the main road going into McIntyre, you actually got 2 roads going back into the, toward the, to your left. And then it goes off and you have 2 blocks in there in front of my house. But anyway, there's several roads in and out, and all they have to do is, if they mess up the road, grade the road where they're working at. And that way, the county is not out of any money, and the ambulance can get to me, and we all be satisfied besides them. But, you know, if we want more satisfied, like I said, they can buy my place and I'll get out of there.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll.
You're welcome.
Anyone else wants to comment public about this? Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is James Erksa. I live with Carol at 495 McIntyre Road, the 5-acre plot that y'all showed on the screen, and the road that's being maintained by our road department. They do the best job they can at a lot of times. You know, it gets pretty bad during hunting season when we got the hunters coming in and out of there, and we got young kids that like to come up there and do their 4-wheeling and all that crazy. We got issues with some of the drainage ditches up there that don't drain properly, and I know the one property that's right there on the river, These people probably don't know about this meeting today. I know that they're having issues with the water draining onto their property from the road. Also, those ditches that's on that road couldn't handle those trucks, those logging trucks' weight, because they will bust those down and we will have serious issues up there then. And the county would have to take care of it. They said the state will take care of it. The state won't take care of that. Carol knows from the past, her husband ain't here to speak. You know, I've been with Carol for 11 years and I've had to stay on some of these people maintaining the road just as it is. It won't be able to handle them logging trucks. It won't. I'm just saying for a fact that state took over the land here last year. I thought it was supposed to be part of the Oklahoma State Park a couple of years ago when the state bought all that land, you know, from over in Wacalla over into our area. Okay. Found out this last hunting season, and I seen all the people down here at the fire tower talking. It was the FWC and the state. I stopped and I talked to the head of the forestry, Clint, and he had rectified, told me, well, Jim, we're not going to open up this area and this area here. It's all going to be closed. They'll have to walk in and hunt. Well, I tried telling him then, I've got a species of a bird, and it's an ivory-billed woodpecker. It's the first anybody knows about it, because I don't want people knowing about it, because it'll have the woods covered up with people. You know, these bird watchers and stuff. I've been in contact with a couple of people that are interested in the bird. They want pictures. I don't want to give them pictures because if they see it, they're going to be down here and everything else. But I want it to be known that there is one. It's torn up the porch on the front of the house, tore up my neighbor's shed, you know, of feeding. And the thing is, this ivory-billed woodpecker has been extinct. And he just found out that it was discovered over there, I believe it was in Louisiana. But this would be like the second sighting of this bird and this species. And I've done asked Clint, and I told him then that we need to protect this area of McIntyre, which I was kind of hoping it was going to be part of the Clark State Park, but it's not. The state got it, and I want it to be known that there is an ivory-billed woodpecker in them woods right here by our house. I've been seeing it for the last couple of years. I've kept it under wraps, and it's for a good reason, because those woods were closed to hunters, and now it's open, and now they're wanting to put in a campsite on the backside of our property, which I don't mind people come camping and having fun and enjoying the good life, you know, vacation. But the thing is, knowing such things, and I'm letting my Board of County Commissioners and people really realize that the species of this woodpecker is endangered. And for somebody to come in there and do logging, I don't know exactly where they're wanting to do all the cut. Is it the blue area right there? Is what they're wanting to cut? Where are they wanting to log at on McIntyre?
I think that's what we're going to discuss here today, but go ahead. We're not trying to get into your public comments.
All right, but like I said, if they want to use that road, and I mean, that weight limit's there for a reason. Those culverts that are on that road, they won't be able to handle those weights. And we can't, look, I spend thousands of dollars on my truck putting new rear ends in it, new front ends in it, because the road is maintained as much as it can be. I know Buster's very busy with other parts of the county, but the thing is, we get logging trucks on our road, we're gonna have serious issues. I have issues, I'm disabled, Carol's disabled. I can't speak for my neighbors because they didn't know about this county commission meeting. I just found out yesterday, and that's the reason why we're here. Her daughter's up in the hospital right now, had just major surgery. She had to make a special trip from being up in the hospital. She's been up all day and night. And I just want to let the county know, and my county commissioners know about this area. We need to protect the wildlife, We need to protect our roads so we can get in and out.
Mr. Ertz, I think it's duly noted, you're running almost 6 minutes.
Okay, I apologize.
No, you're good.
But I just wanted to make y'all aware of this.
Thank you.
And if something can be done to keep it pristine instead of getting it all messed up, I would appreciate it. So
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank y'all for your time.
Anyone else? Any other public comments? Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cheryl Sanders. I would ask the board not to rescind this ordinance. In 1992, there was a reason why the ordinance was up. In 1992, and that was, I think that was even before Miss Nichols and her family moved out there. There was some families out there that lived out at McIntyre, and the logging was pretty extensive out in that way, and they had to take a boat, put it up at McIntyre boat ramp, and use the boat to get to the other side on Wakulla County's side because they couldn't go out McIntyre at all. That's the reason why this ordinance was made back then. It's way before I came on board in 1998. There's a reason why the ordinance is there. It's St. Joe at the time, in the time that I served, they wanted to go out there and pave that, I mean not pave, but log that strip of woods right there between 319 and in there around Miss Nicholas's house, and they had to use the roads that were accessible to them. The county did not allow that. Since then, the county has came in there and put brand new culvert pipes, but if you get a lot of log truck traffic, you can kiss those culvert pipes goodbye. And that's what, I mean, that's the way I feel. But the ordinance was made for a reason, and that was to protect the homeowners to be able to have a way in and out. That is one of the oldest roads in Franklin County, McIntyre Road is. And I would just like to say, don't rescind. If you have to do something to try to work with them, don't rescind the ordinance. It has its place in here.
Thank you. Anyone else publicly in the room wishing to speak on public comments? All right. Mr. Morone, is anybody online?
Anybody attending via Zoom would like to speak on this item? Please raise your hand. No hands raised. Mr. Chairman.
I was able to reach Clint. He's out in the woods, but he's in a good area where he has good connection.
Okay.
So, Commissioner Ward, I told him that you might have a question.
Well, no, we're still in public comments right now.
Sorry.
Right? I mean, that's what we're doing, is
Yes,
public
sir,
comments.
yes.
Now, if he wants to comment publicly, that's fine, but just questions, we need to get kind of past.
More for Q&A,
Right.
and just to let you know.
Right.
There's another issue that's going on there. He needs to inform
Okay.
the board.
So, but there's nobody else on Zoom with public comments?
No, sir.
Okay. So we're past the public comment period. If any commissioners are wanting to ask anything of Mr. Davis, he is available.
Mr. Chairman, I do.
Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner. Clint, I just put you on speakerphone. Can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Commissioner Ward. If you can't hear Clint, let us know, and then we'll get someone to read.
Okay.
Hey, Clint, this is Jessica Ward, Commissioner, District 5. Just a couple questions. Are there alternate roads that you guys could use to log this property besides McIntyre?
So where this logging operation is taking place, we will be able to come off of 319 on some of it, but the wood that's there along McIntyre, there's just no logical way to bring it across and out another road because there's really no roads that's within a logical distance that a logger would even bid on, dragging the wood that far.
An additional question, we've got concerns from the public that live down those roads about the upkeep and maintenance and the grading. Are you guys going to grade it every time a log truck goes down there, or how often are you guys going to be able to facilitate making sure that road's back? Excuse me, hold on just a second. I wasn't done. How often are you guys gonna ensure these roads are adequate for these residents to be able to get down and emergency vehicles to get down and commute?
Right, so it's written into our logging contracts that the roads have to be maintained to the standard, that they are when we get there. So they would be maintained to that standard, and anytime it's a road where some public lives, such as like North Road, you know, we have hundreds and hundreds of log trucks come out of North Road and never really had too many issues, and there's homeowners there as well. When it's in a place where there are people that live, we even hold them to a higher standard, and they'll keep a box blade or something there on site, and pretty much every day they're box bladed and graded.
Okay, and one more question, sorry. Culverts, we heard mention of these log trucks and the weight limit pertaining to any culverts. If these log trucks bust a culvert, are you guys gonna replace that?
Yeah, so that's written in the contracts too, that damage to culverts and low water crossings or anything of that nature is replaced by the loggers. I haven't looked at the culverts that's on McIntyre. We wouldn't be going as far as the houses. The logging's out towards 319 from the houses. We would be turning around there where McIntyre intersects the road that goes to the boat ramp. The log trucks would come in empty, turn around there, and then go back out to the logging deck and get loaded and then out to the highway. I can look at those culverts and assess them and see, but we haven't had any issues. We got hundreds and hundreds of culverts on Tate Sale, and we haven't had any issues with logging trucks breaking culverts when they drive over them.
All right, thank you, Clint. That's all my questions. Appreciate it.
Where's the actual area that y'all are wanting to log, Mr. Davis?
I think I sent a map to Mike a few weeks ago, but I can resend that to you guys if y'all don't have a copy. The area is just off of 319 in McIntyre. The first stand as you're going in on McIntyre off the highway is the stand that needs harvesting.
Okay, Michael, do any of the maps we have show this area?
Basically, what you're looking at, Mr. Chairman, that blue box to the far right-hand side of that is 319.
Mm-hmm.
Just barely above that, you'll see where McIntyre comes off of 319 and then runs through the blue box and then sort of curves back up towards the water body. I think that's the area that he's referring to, because that would be bounded on north and south by McIntyre, and those are all state-owned lands.
So is that the area, Michael, that he sent you that we're looking at?
I'll have to look and see exactly the map that Clint is referring to. I apologize.
Did I hear him say he'd be turning around at the boat ramp? That cuts me off from my house.
Yeah, the logging cell doesn't go down to those houses. That's right there on McIntyre.
Okay, then you're saying you're not going down to the boat ramp?
Right, yeah. I don't think
Ms.
it goes down
Davis,
to the boat ramp.
Miss Carroll, if you would like to ask a question, please come to the podium. Don't just, you can come to the podium. We won't prevent you from doing that.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Ricky.
No, you're good. I was just trying to keep us orderly, sir. That's all it was. I wasn't trying to do anything wrong.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I was educated by a constituent recently that discussed the design of the roadbed itself underneath McIntyre, that it simply was not designed to handle 70,000-pound weight loads. And I'm concerned about that. I'm also concerned about the fact that when a comment is made about you'll maintain the road according to the standard it was originally intended to be, I wonder about the frequency of that maintenance. It seems to me that it's almost daily that that road has to be maintained if we get into this kind of a heavy-duty logging. And, you know, let's face it, this is a very sensitive area. I don't think it's designed and engineered because it's so unimproved to have this kind of huge industrial attempt to utilize it. And I'm just concerned about those points, and I wanted to see if you could give me some comment about that.
Is that something you want to?
Please, I'm waiting for the speaker.
Is something you want Clint to?
Please, Clint.
Clint,
Yeah.
did you hear his concerns?
No, I couldn't hear what he was saying.
I think one was the frequency in which you're going to maintain the road, and the other is the road base strong enough to handle the constant loads of the log trucks. Correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner.
You're correct on that. What studies have you done to show that road base even justifies your trucks?
Right. Okay. So previously, in years past, we've logged all over McIntyre and Duval, just not down at the. You know, we've never come past the houses because we didn't own property down that way. And we've never had issues in the past. The road handles it, you know, and the loggers keep it up. Since this would be affecting homeowners, it would be, you know, handled more stringent than a normal logging contract that isn't affecting homeowners. Since this is affecting homeowners, it would be graded, you know, daily as needed. If that's a need, if it's raining, you know, whatever, it would be upkeep more than a regular logging sale because it'd be affecting homeowners' entrance.
Did that answer your questions, Commissioner?
Yes, it does. I really wish you were here physically. This is a very difficult decision, and I just feel like we need a lot more study on this issue. I would.
So I have some more comments that I need to make that might affect the outcome. If I can have a second.
You can, but give me just a second. Clint, we haven't had a
Okay,
commissioner.
so regardless of what you guys decide on the ordinance and stuff, this is more, you know, for the future, regardless of what you decide on the ordinance. Right now, we're going to have to log pretty much regardless of what we decide on the ordinance. And even if we have to do it under a declared emergency, there is an outbreak of southern pine beetles, and there's a spot there in that timber sale, and there's a spot on some private land there at McIntyre. And if that's not, those areas aren't treated, then that southern pine beetle could devastate all of Franklin County's timber, not just Tate Sales, but any private timber as well. So we've got it in Wilmette Creek area. We've got it in the Crooked River area, and it's in that logging area as well. Putting together a plan now, hopefully to move on in the next week or two, because if you don't address it, it can devastate a whole forest in no time.
Commissioner Pierce, do you have questions?
Well, reading the report submitted to the board here, I understand about the pine beetle infestation and all that. And if you don't log those trees, and they go to waste, pine beetle kills the pine tree, and it's no good, as we all learned during Hurricane Michael. My question is, when we talk about maintaining this road, as we all know, you don't grade or take care of a road if it's wet. So if it's raining, or we coming into the rainy season, which is usually the dog days of July, how are we gonna maintain this road if the road's wet? You can't drag it, you can't grade it, you can't do anything. And then if it gets wet and the log trucks run it all up, how are these people supposed to get back and forth to their house? But I do understand the pine beetle and the urgency that forestry is facing. So I just wanted to make that comment that, you know, I understand both sides. And as Commissioner Bolt said, it is a tough decision, but, you know, that's the reason the ordinance is here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I kind of mentioned that when we talked about rescinding the ordinance. It is the pleasure of the board. It's not my opinion. It's the decision of the board. But, you know, these are things that has to be considered, because as we all know, you can't grade a road if it's too wet. It may be 3 or 4 days there, these people can't get back and forth to their house. So I don't know which way the board's gonna go, but it is a tough decision.
Yes, my name's Carol. I think maybe y'all should all start discussing about maybe paving that road. I mean, that would solve their problem and our problem. And only go as far as on the other side of our houses.
I think that's a valid discussion, Ms. Carroll.
And when you come in front of my property, though, you can give me my 10 foot of my land back, and y'all can take it over on the state's land. The state's got plenty of it.
I assure you, everything we do is going to be as legal as it can be, Ms. Carroll. All right, anyone else have any questions for Mr. Davis?
Just one more point.
Yep.
Can those southern pine beetles be specifically treated
Nope.
surgically in that area without having to go in and do a massive logging? Are there any chemicals or anything that can spot treat something like that and curb the problem?
Yeah, so no, sir, there's no chemical treatment. The scientific method to stop their progress is to clear cut the affected area, and then 100 to 200 feet out in front of the affected area, clear cut. And then if you have timber that hasn't been thinned near that, to thin that timber. But there is some there on private property. We haven't had any luck with the owners of that private property to ensure that they're going to treat theirs. So that can affect the rest of the timber on their neighboring properties there. If that private property owner doesn't, treat their outbreak. So, but anyway, the logging sale that we're doing in there, once that sale is completed and that thinning's done, it would be multiple, years and years and years from now before another sale would ever need to be in that area. The rest of the sales, would be to the west of those houses, so there would never be a reason for trucks to come back down through that area then, once this logging sale's complete. Now I have to look to make sure, but I think once this one's complete, that's the only timber in that area that would have to ever come out of that end of McIntyre. So it's not something that would be ongoing, for years or decades. It would just be this timber sale, then it would be done for many, many years right in that area.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. All right. So we received public comment. We've thanked Mr. Davis for being here, for answering questions that the board might have had about the issues. Now, the procedure is back to us, correct? To the board?
Yes, sir.
So, what do you guys feel? What do you want to discuss? What do you want to do?
I make a motion that we do not rescind this ordinance, and I have a comment, if I get a second.
So you have a motion to deny rescinding the ordinance by Commissioner Bolt.
Yes, sir.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
A second by Commissioner Ward. Go ahead with your discussion, sir.
My comment to not rescind this ordinance is related to sensitivity. And we've talked about weight limits, and we just learned that there's private property there that has this beetle that apparently is not cooperating with the plan of care that the Forest Department, the Forestry Division wants to do. I think, there's a vulnerability there, even if they come in here and do all this clearing. And I do not see the road being designed to take this impact, and I think that the impact that it would have would be having long-range complications, and I think that there's other alternatives for this.
Okay, any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous. next we're going to be doing our second public hearing on the CDBG Community Block Development Grant application. Mr. Dingman, please come forward and state your name for the record. And again, this is a public hearing.
Good morning, Dennis Dingman, Summit Professional Services. Good to see you all again. As the chairman mentioned, this is the second public hearing in the CDBG application process, and it's to consider the actual submission of the CDBG application to the state. We have provided a copy of a draft and now the final application to Aaron, and this is basically a copy of it. There's more to go into it. There's a lot of maps and things that we still have to put into it, but we don't do that until we actually submit it. And this is for the FFY 2021-22 CDBG application. The first public hearing was held on June 7th, 2022, and the second hearing is really to present the draft and to the commission and to the citizens if there are any questions, and to ask for a vote for submission, a motion and a vote for submission. There's also a resolution that I'd like to read that I'd like adopted. It's called the enabling resolution. And basically, the enabling resolution gives permission to the chairman and, if in your absence, the county administrator to sign any applicable documents that need to go over to the agency. There will be a contract and things like that that need to be signed. And so that's what that resolution's for.
Before you read it, I would remind the public that they are going to have a chance to comment before the board takes any potential action today. Please proceed.
Absolutely. So the CDBG program, I'll just remind everyone, is going to be, the due date is July 21st. We'd like to get that over to them a bit early. This is my wife and I's 50th anniversary this month, so we're planning on spending some time together after we submit. We've spent 50 years together. That doesn't make sense. The goal of the program is to provide benefit to low to moderate income persons, to prevent elimination of slum and blight if we can, and to meet any urgent needs such as COVID. The category of the application is housing rehabilitation, and it will assist low to moderate income residents with physical improvements to address code and safety and energy efficiency issues. In some cases, on severely damaged homes or mobile homes, we would replace those homes. The county is proposing a grant for $700,000, which is the maximum that the county is eligible for in this category, and to assist residents throughout the county jurisdiction. So that means that citizens of Apalachicola aren't eligible for this. It's only county residents that are eligible, and they need to be low to moderate income or below. At a minimum, we're asking that we provide help to 10 individuals. Of course, we can't tell until we see the damage to each individual home. Depending on how much money we have left, we will handle that. 3 of those homes will be for individuals with an income 50% or below of the median income, and 2 of those homes would be for people with incomes less than 30% of the median income of Franklin County. It's one of our clients. I apologize. That does not mean that individuals with low income will be excluded. In fact, depending upon the income, one of the criteria of the application is the lower the income, the higher the score. So if individuals are all below 30% of median income, then that's fine. That's a good thing. So, but regardless, we will help that number of low to extremely low individual incomes. In addition to the housing rehabilitation, such as HVACs and roofs and windows, sometimes folks have to move out of their house. And we've allotted in the budget for temporary relocation assistance. Now, it's not a lot of money but it's some assistance to help those individuals that have to move out. So, say for example, we're having to repair a bathroom, a home with a single bathroom or a kitchen. A family can't live there while that's going on, so we provide them some assistance. And of course, if we're tearing down a house, it's gonna take a lot longer to rebuild that house, so there is some assistance during that period of time that they're out. So we budgeted $582,000 for housing rehabilitation and replacement, $13,000 for temporary relocation, and $105,000 for administration. By the way, the score on the application is 678.60 points out of 1,000. What does that mean? Well, in this cycle, it doesn't mean too much because they're doubling up the money. So we've been told that pretty much every application submitted is going to be funded. That's not a guarantee. That's what we've been told. So we're not so concerned about the score, but the score based on all the applications that we've seen in the past years, it looks like a really good score. Are there any questions?
Just real quick, does this consider mobile homes are included in this as well?
Yes,
okay.
It does.
Thank you.
Just comment.
And if I could address that just a little bit too. The application ranking is based on the county's housing assistance plan, which includes mobile homes. But the ranking criteria is based on income. In other words, most points for lowest income. If you're over 62, you're considered elderly, so there are some points given to the individual, the homeowner. And also, if you have a handicap, there are some additional points. So it's really based on income, the lower the better. And then if you're over 62, which makes you elderly, or if you have a handicap, a certified handicap.
Thank you.
Question?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Sir, like part of my district in the city, they won't qualify for this by me being in the city?
Correct, correct. The city has the ability on their own to apply for a CDBG grant as well.
Okay.
I guess that was one of my questions. I thought you had said that this CBG money will can be shared by the city and county together. You're saying no, it's just the county only.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. It seems that my observation is that it looks like this what I call the qualification criteria seems to allow a lot of accessibility to the money. The more functional dysfunction you have, let's say, the more opportunity you have to be properly awarded these monies relative to age and to income, etc.
Right. Okay. Income, it is true, the lower the income, the higher the application score, the individual's application score. The handicap, that those individuals tend to need more assistance because they can't, provide for themselves. And as an elderly person, it gets more difficult to earn an income, and with rising prices, we're all feeling the pinch of trying to decide between food and
yes. Does this relocation assistance component mean physical help for the relocation from point A to point B, like moving expenses, etc.?
Actually, there are three components.
Okay.
There is storage money, and by the way, these funds don't pay for everything.
Yes.
The county has, I think it's $125 per month for storage. If it doesn't cost that much to store someone's goods, then they don't get the $125. They have to pay the storage fee up front and then submit the receipt, and that's the amount they get paid for. There is what's called the move-out allowance of $150 or $125 one time to help the person actually move their furniture out of the house, and $150 to move back in. Now, if we're just doing a kitchen or a bathroom, and there's no way to cook or, you know, use the restroom, there would be no storage or no move-out allowance. And that's typically in the case of where you're building a new home or providing a new home. So they have to move their furniture out and move it back in. And then that living assistance is for, and I believe it's $500 a month, and it's only for a certain number of months. It's not forever. That person that family receives that money. I might say this is the county's housing assistance policy. Some communities have no assistance whatsoever, okay? Which really makes it tough on the homeowners. So just on a personal basis, where people are struggling to make ends meet, and there's this opportunity to, you know, get some help, and they're so in such desperate shape that they can't even support themselves while they're out, that actually hurts individuals. But that's my personal belief. That's not. So this is the county's policy, not my own.
I am glad to know that it's including mobile homes as well, because that's a real need in our community. I think every commissioner would probably echo that sentiment with their constituents and the people that live here. Mm-hmm. Anyone else have any questions at this time? So now we are to a place, I guess, to have public comment, unless there's something else you wanted to present, sir.
Well, just the motion on this and
Right.
vote, and then, of course, the resolution.
Right. We'll be doing that here in just a second. So is there any public comment in the room that wishes to speak about this before we take any board action? This is a public hearing, so you don't need a speaker card. You can speak freely. What about on Zoom, sir?
Chairman, let's call for anyone that's online. We have 2 people online that would like to, if you'd like to comment, please raise your hand on this particular item on this public hearing. Again, raise your hand if you'd like to comment. Commissioner, no raised hands.
Okay. I guess, sir, you can go ahead and read the resolution and we'll see what the board wants to do.
Okay. This is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Franklin County, Florida, authorizing the chairman to make application to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity for approval of Franklin County's FFY 2021-22 Community Development Block Grant, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
So moved.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Lockley.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ward.
With comment.
All right, please.
Did
sir.
you mean to say 2021, 2022, or are we not going forward?
This grant will be for 2021, 2022. That's what the cycle is that the
I see.
DEO has opened up.
Okay.
Typically, it's usually for 1 year, but they have opened up 2 years.
I see.
So the money will be, this application, if it doesn't get funded in 2021, they'll take the money from 2022, which is we're already in it.
Yeah.
And they'll apply it to that grant.
Okay.
They basically had unspent funds, sir, so they opened it back up.
I see. Okay.
Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Didn't you have a second action item to have them
What about the
submit?
resolution?
I don't know.
I think that motion was the resolution.
I think we
wasn't
did it
Yeah.
in reverse.
Yeah.
So you did a resolution, but you didn't ask for the motion to submit the CDBG block grant housing rehab application. So-
Exactly. That would, there also needs to be a motion to submit the application.
That's item A.
So
Mr.
moved.
Chairman. So moved.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Parrish, second by Commissioner Lockley. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll bring us some houses.
There you go. All right, so we're going back to Mr. Solomon, is that correct?
Yes,
Very,
sir.
very good.
Mr. Solomon, please come forward, state your name for the record.
John Solomon, TDC Director. Commissioners, I only have one action item on my report today. On Wednesday, June 8th, the TDC Board approved to recommend awarding up to $40,000, which is reimbursable, to the City of Caribou for the construction of a dune beach walkover for erosion control at McKissick Beach.
This was something the TDC board approved by motion and vote, correct?
Correct, sir. Yes, sir.
We'll be using TDC dollars to do it.
So moved to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bolt. Any discussion?
Where that at?
McKissick Beach,
Old Caribou Beach.
The old beach.
Oh, that's the name of it.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Me too, Commissioner. It's amazing how things change, right? But yes, sir, that's where it's at. Any more discussion, Commissioners? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous. Ms. Solomon, I don't know if you have anything else on your report that's action items, is that it?
That's only action items,
Okay.
yes, sir.
I've had several people ask me, and I want to ask you here publicly, because they're looking at other entities, other counties, they're down in tourism, their numbers are down, their percentages are down. Where are we standing in that? Is there any veracity to it's going down, or is it opposite for us?
No, sir, it's actually, we're pretty steady with the increases we've had. Even the first and second quarter, we've seen tremendous increases of 30 and 35%.
Yeah.
Looking forward, talking to our lodging providers and everything else, we're doing on par. We're doing what we should be doing. We haven't seen that decrease. With the price of gas going up, there's no telling when that might affect and if it will affect. But currently at this time, we're still seeing increased traffic and increased traffic to our, social medias, websites, things like that as well, so.
Well, and not that we could change it if that happens, but doesn't the TDC have access to software to let us know if we're going to be booked or not?
Yes, sir. We're looking still. What the one thing that we've seen, and maybe what others are seeing too, is the booking window has compressed some. We were one of the largest in the state of 180-day out booking window, and we're down comparatively to everybody else around 90 days. So we were looking at June and July booked 6 months ago, 2 years ago. Now it was 3 months ago that it was booked. So we're still seeing high numbers of traffic, as you can see. Even the visitor centers are seeing over 100 people a day, and I mean we're busy.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Francis. And I'm a pretty captive audience there at the CarQuest, so people will come to me with their questions. But I just wanted to address that while we're here
Right
today.
now, we're looking great.
Yeah. All right. Anyone else have anything for Mr. Solomon today?
Oh, Aaron does.
Go ahead, Ms. Aaron.
I would like to cover item number 6 on my report because John Solomon was also involved in this project. On Wednesday, April 13th, the Tourist Development Council recommended funding the design and construction of a dune walkover at the last unimproved public beach access point in the commercial district of St. George Island at 3rd Street West. The board gave formal approval at the following commission meeting on April 19th. Dune walkovers are an important erosion control measure as they protect sensitive beach and dune areas from foot traffic. Erosion control measures related to the physical preservation of the beach or shoreline to which there is public access is an allowable use of tourist development sales tax proceeds per Florida Statute 125.0104. County staff contacted coastal consultant MRD and Associates to assist in design, permitting, and development of construction documents and bid specifications for the new dune walkover. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached $6,250 agreement for the design, permitting, and construction documents for 3rd Street.
All right, pleasure of the board.
So
All right.
moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bolt. Any discussion?
Bless you.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous. Anything else, Ms. Griffin?
That's it. No, and we thank you all for doing that because Parks and Recreation does not have those funds in its budget.
Good.
Being able to see some of these projects start
Yeah.
moving forward after
Yeah.
the increase is a great thing.
Yeah.
We got a lot of projects in the works right now and more coming. So,
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Solomon. Keep up the good work.
y'all have a great day.
All right. All right, Mr. Ted Mostedler, Interim Airport Manager.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, staff. I'll be quick. I realize your hour is late. You have my report, which is mostly informational. However, as I mentioned on there was an inspection yesterday that Andrew and I went up on the roofs of the T-hangers, and I have bad news for you. Literally, I would say the roof on the T-hangers are worse shape than the FBO. The screws are all rusting, the neoprene washers are disintegrated, and therefore there's rust under the screws, and that cancer is going to go through the metal of the roof. So we're working on it to find the solution, and back to you with a recommendation at a later point.
Okay.
Any questions I could possibly answer for you now?
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Mosteller? I would like to mention, Mr. Ted and I and some others here were on the FAA call recently. And I want to make the board aware, because I serve as your chair. I have to report back to you things that I'm told. And I know it's probably the greatest shape of any of our runways, but it was made in no uncertain terms clear in that meeting for minutes on end that the FAA will not be funding a third runway for out of their pocket going forward. So, I mean, I just want to make the board aware. Again, I'm your chairman. I'm serving on your behalf. I'm going to these meetings for you. That's how I'm bringing back to you what was said. Now, how it got to what was said, I can't answer that, but I can tell you what I heard. So I just want to make sure you guys are aware of that going forward. Again, it's probably, we don't have to worry about in our lifetime problem, but they were very clear that they were not going to continue. They wanted to know why we were continuing to even think about funding a third runway out of their pocket. That was their discussion. They didn't say nothing about us not funding it. They were talking about them funding it. I just want to make sure you're aware.
Yes, sir. Wood quickie, I did just talk to John Collins, and the FDOT is amenable to funding this roof repair.
Good.
However, they want to talk about the Centric lease.
Okay.
We are working on
No,
that.
we're
right
working
now.
on that meeting.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I think that when we had that meeting the other day, somebody that needed to be there couldn't be there.
That's right.
So that's why we didn't have that discussion.
Yes,
the
that's
other day
correct.
with the FAA. Yes.
That's correct.
No. Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Ted?
How old that building is you talking about, Steve?
The hangars? The hangars. How old are the hangars, Ted?
Okay, the FBO is 31 years old.
I ain't talking about the FBO. I'm talking
The
about-
hangars that we looked at yesterday are 20 years old. And like I say, they're, in my opinion, in worse shape than the FBO is in, except that the metal in places other than the screws are not rusting. But where the screws are, it's all bad news.
How many of them it is?
I'm talking about 2 of the hangars we looked at, and I intend to look at the rest of the hangars at my earliest opportunity. So,
Get a total amount and get back with
Yeah.
us.
Yeah, that's what Ted said, we're working on that to get a total and then perhaps a process to repair them, especially since
Yes, sir.
you said, John said that they'll consider.
he talked to Vanessa at FDOT.
Yeah.
And, like I say, he just paged me, and I went outside and called him back. And, just initial information is that the FDOT is amenable to repairing those roofs.
Good.
And we're talking, if I'm correct in my assumption at this moment, we're talking about all 5 T-hangers and possibly even the 60 by 60 and 80 by 80. I don't know about those yet.
Well, maybe you get a better price if you get all of them.
Well,
If they-
per square
if they
foot, I'm
don't
sure it'd
do
be
all of
cheaper.
them.
That's what we're thinking, sir.
But
Yeah.
on all that stuff, do we have any insurance that we could use to help pay for any of that? I
You,
mean, surely we have some kind of insurance on those buildings.
you do have property
Okay.
insurance coverage, however, it would have to be something that happened, you know, it can't just be routine maintenance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good point.
Okay.
More like a
And
storm,
FDOT,
hurricane
for
damage.
note, they will not fund routine maintenance.
Right.
They will fund rehab or rebuild or update or things like that.
Right.
You have to be careful with your language.
Oh, do I know how that is? But you know, here's the thing. So that's really unfair, and it's not just in this. We're seeing it with property insurance and all kinds of things. So a lot of insurance companies want to hold the line and say that if you've had your roof more than 10 years on your house that you just had built, and it gets destroyed or messed up in a storm, they're not wanting to pay to replace that because they're saying you should have already had it replaced as routine maintenance.
Yes.
But when I was buying the house, the guy that put the roof on it told me it was guaranteed for 50 years. So there's a problem there. But anyway, we can't decide that today, but there's a real issue there.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Just a comment, if I'd like, while we're on the subject, relative to the FAA ignoring the third runway issues and so on, and funding and all that. In my opinion, that is very short-sighted. This 3-runway airport is a jewel for Franklin County. That means there are 6 opportunities for approach and departure in this area, crosswinds and all those kinds of areas. That triangular runway system was built with the full knowledge of the Air Force and the Army that built that years and years ago, and it is it's very viable. You need only look at a local example where Duke Energy came in here several months ago looking for opportunities to build infrastructure relative to our airport in that area for future industrial expansion. And I just want us to remember, in my opinion, that all of those runways need to be kept open and viable and usable at all times.
Sir, I understand that. Maybe I didn't, let me express more clearly what they were saying. They don't care if we have 12 runways. They're only wanting to fund 2.
I understand that.
Yeah, that's what they were saying.
Yes, but I don't want it negatively impacted for future funding of other entities that might be able to bring in money. I think they have a megaphone that I think needs to be muffled a little bit.
Well, sir, if you know how to handle a federal agency better than I do, please proceed.
Well, I know a couple of senators.
Yeah, well, you might need to talk to them. That's all we can say on that.
Yes, sir.
If there's no other discussion or questions?
No.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, let's move on to the Planning and Zoning Adjustment Board report.
Well, Commissioner, let me ask before Courtney hops on here. So we are at 12, a little bit after 10, I can just look at my watch. Do we want to break now for lunch? Because we're coming back any which way. And Royce, I see you looking at me from the corner eye. Do you want to break now for lunch and come back, finish the meeting, and then go to the workshop?
What time's the workshop scheduled?
Well, it was scheduled for 1:30, but something has to give, some will have to be deferred. I don't think the board has, excuse the expression, the appetite to work straight through until after the workshop this afternoon. It's,
I'm good.
Yeah.
What do you
I
want
think
to
we
do?
push through as
Put it on standby.
everybody's in agreement. We got-
Well, if we don't push through, we're gonna be here till 3 or 4 o'clock.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. We'll be
Okay.
here all day.
All right, do we need to do anything to set up for PZ&A, or we're good to go?
I'm hoping Courtney, oh, there she comes with a share screen, so she's good to go.
All right, please proceed, Ms. Courtney.
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So first on my agenda item is 67 Ballpoint Road, which is a variance. They received the variance prior to this one, and they were just asking for an additional 5 feet into the setback for stairs or steps to get into their home and to an AC unit deck.
Ms. Courtney, which setback are they asking for an additional variance into?
The front setback.
So toward the road?
Yes.
Okay.
Ballpark.
What was the original variance? Was it toward the road also?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's just, once he started to get into the permits part of it, he realized that his steps weren't included on the original. And he has to have so many feet for his steps for ADA compliance and for state, regulations, and for his AC unit that he didn't think about because he was doing it himself as a homeowner. So we're just, the board did recommend approval for the steps and the AC deck.
What was the original variance? Do you know?
The original was, I want to say, I want to say it was like 5 feet into or 10 feet into, and so we're just getting additional. In all, I think it'll be, he'll still have 11 feet into the 25-foot setback.
Okay,
That's the house and the steps.
that's why I was asking. I was just trying to.
Yeah,
clarify.
and that right of way is really, really wide before you even get to Ballpoint Road.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Courtney, this
Yes.
was approved by P and Z BOA board?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll approve.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Bolt. Any discussion, commissioners? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Michael.
That's unanimous.
All right, thank you. Next up, I have 315 Gander Street. This was just for riprap. His riprap is encroaching into the critical shoreline setback, so he's just asking for an encroachment to build the riprap. There's riprap, his neighbors both have riprap, so he's just trying to keep from the property being degraded.
This is the one that last month we asked them to come back with a separate
Correct.
application
Yes,
for this variance. Okay,
correct. So he's coming back for the variance for the riprap.
okay,
And the board did suggest approval.
okay.
So moved to approve.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bolt. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, next I have critical shoreline application for 1269 East Gulf Beach Drive. They're asking for a 1260 square foot single family dock with an access walkway and a terminus and 2 boat lifts. State and federal permits have been received. They meet all the requirements for their dock, and the board did recommend approval.
So moved to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bolt. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, next I have commercial site plan applications. I did want to bring this one up. There was a communications error between me and the applicant. I had the wrong email address for him. He was approved back in September during COVID for his original storage buildings on his commercial property. This time he was changing it to just basically have like the pole barn type. Instead of that, due to, funding issues. And he was tabled because he was not there or no one was there at the meeting to represent him. The board did look at it. They had minimal discussion about it, but we couldn't make a decision because he wasn't there. And this staff review, we would have approved it. He did come in this morning because he, with the communications issue on our end, and I take full responsibility, I had his wrong email address. So he did not get the information that he could have had to make sure that he was at that meeting. So it's up to the board. I know that P&Z staff are a advisory board, but I know the final decision comes up to my county commissioners. So it's up to you guys whether you want to approve it or keep the table as it is.
Courtney, Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Yes.
Are you referring to, I know we have a different report than what you're having. All we have on our agenda is, for the commercial site plan, is 1 Gulf Beach Drive and 48 Island Drive. That's all we have on our agenda.
Yes.
I believe this 136 Highway 98, which is on the P&Z agenda. So you're basically asking if you want us to do what the P&Z board did?
Or if you want to go ahead and approve it.
Yeah, because they tabled it, is what she's saying.
Mr. Chairman, I'm probably gonna have to abstain from this one, considering that I'm related to the applicant, so.
Yes. I wasn't aware this one was coming up.
I was unaware too. I didn't think it was gonna come before this board. I
Yeah,
figured it was.
typically, we don't bypass P and Z. I mean, that's, I mean, Commissioner, I would recommend that you table it and let me go back to staff, and, because bypassing P and Z is usually not it's just typically not done. I mean, the applicant was not there. I didn't quite catch the reason. Ms. Courtney, you said something about you were accepting responsibility for something? You were accepting responsibility for something? What was that?
Yeah, I didn't have his correct email address. So he wasn't receiving any of
Why didn't you have his
the,
correct email address? I mean, was it not on the application?
yeah, I just missed one letter.
Oh, okay, it was a typo. Gotcha.
Yeah, it was a typo on my end.
P and Z has not reviewed this. I recommend the board table and reconsider the next month's meeting.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, pleasure of the board.
Make a motion, we do what the lawyer said, send it back.
Okay, so we have,
I want to pass it, but we'll send it back.
so we have a motion to table by Commissioner Lockley, send it back to P&Z.
Second.
And second by Commissioner Bolt. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That is a 4-0 vote with Commissioner Ward abstaining, correct?
Yes.
Mike, you'll prepare the form for the commissioner to sign on the declaration? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, please proceed, Ms. Courtney.
All right, I have the One Gulf Beach Drive for the Clackenbergs, a consideration for a 45 by 60 by 14 pole barn located at One Gulf Beach Drive. The board did have a discussion on this and they did recommend approval. I don't think there was any stipulations for the approval. Nope, so they did recommend approval for this. The staff did review this. They will have to have their stormwater management plan before they even get a permit. Mark did review it. They meet all their parking requirements for the new building, so that's why the board recommended approval.
Courtney, Mr. Chairman, I do have a question, and I know, I believe we have, the applicant is present today. These parking spots along Gulf Beach Drive, I just want to ensure that those aren't going to be accessible from, well, I'm sorry, I take that back. These parking spots are going to be accessible from off Gulf Beach or this easement here?
Looks like part of them are from Gulf Beach, and I guess to try to clarify, I think what the commissioner's asking is, for the furthest point away from Highway 98, are they gonna be able to turn on the applicant's property and go to the parking that's on the south side? Is that
as far as I'm concerned, there will be an entrance from on Gulf Beach Drive and on Spacey Drive.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
That's what you were trying to find out, right?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. I guess
No
I
problem.
didn't ask it correctly. Yeah.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, that was the answer to my question.
Okay.
Also move to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Lockley. Any discussion on this commercial site plan review? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you. And next I have 48 Island Drive. This one's also a commercial site plan review for a 9,500 square foot storage building located at 48 Island Drive. The agent is Garlic Environmental. This one has actually been backed before the board multiple times because they had to fix a couple of things. But they've already moved for approval for their stormwater, so they already have the application in place to getting ready for that. But as far as they told us that there will be no employees into the new storage building, but the existing building has about 2 employees or 4 employees, if I'm not mistaken.
So, Mr. Dan Garlic is here on their behalf? Is that correct? Yes. Yes, sir, you might want to come to the podium. Might be easier. Because I do have a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
Looking at the application.
Dan Garlic for the applicant.
Number one, with the site plan they have, it looks like one of the corners of the buildings is cut off.
Correct.
They gonna build it that way?
Probably be a lot smaller than that, but what we were trying to do is maximize what we could use. This is gonna be basically a large, not heated, not cooled building that's basically made for storage. So when my staff introduced at the very beginning, they were not even aware about the issue of having setback issues, so that's why that corner was sliced off. Chances are the building will be conventional, and you'll see it'll probably be like 10 feet shorter along that south side, and you'll see it more of a rectilinear building instead of that corner cut off. But that was the reason for that, is just to get it out of there so we don't have to issue, we don't want to get a variance, or we don't need one, so that's what that's about.
Well, I understand that. I guess my biggest question is that, number one, if you're not gonna build it like this is a commercial site plan review, correct?
Correct.
So
It's
if you're not.
conceptual.
Right.
Right.
Okay. But if you're not gonna build it like you're submitting it to us, what are we actually approving, I guess?
Well,
Because if it's gonna go from being a 9,000 square foot building to a 6,000 square foot building, it's still smaller, but that's not what we're looking at.
well, this is what we have before you, and this is what we want. This is what we're looking for, conceptual approval.
Okay, well, what you have looks like it either is gonna have a 5-sided building, or you need a variance.
No. No, we don't need a variance. That's why we sliced off that corner in there. So we didn't want to get a variance.
Well,
So basically, what we agreed with P and Z was that we would come back with our final design, which would be like final approval, I guess. At that point, if we're going to make some changes, we will, but I can tell you now, it won't be any
No.
bigger than what it is.
Oh, I thought what you were asking for today was final approval.
I think today it's conceptual approval,
Okay.
don't you? I
Okay.
believe, we had this discussion the other day about whether or not you have to come back with a final commercial site
Mhm.
plan or not.
Okay.
I agreed with P and Z that it would come back.
Okay, as long as
Just to
it's
make sure
coming
we're on
back,
there.
I'm good with it. The only other thing is, I noticed on the actual application and the wording of it, it states that there's gonna be employees in the building. Then further down on the map, it says there's no employees in the building. So I think that needs to be clarified going forward.
Correction, then. What there is right now is there's up to 4 employees, 2 to 4 employees in the
Mhm.
existing building. And for that, we needed to have 1 space per employee.
Parking.
The question was, did we have enough? Well, as you can see now, we're offering like 9 spots,
Yeah.
just in case, because
Right.
occasionally, again, this is for storage. And
Right.
occasionally, you probably find there'll be a car that they want to park there. So instead of scrimping on parking, we want to make sure that you saw that we had much more than we needed. But basically, the building itself is going to be basically for dry storage. That's
Yeah.
what it's all about.
And I agree with what you're saying, but again, if it's conceptual, when it comes back to us the second time, there need to be, all the questions to be taken care of, is all I'm saying.
I'm with you.
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to communicate.
No problem.
I'm actually glad it's conceptual, because I was like, if this is final approval, I don't know about a 5-sided building. So anyway, pleasure of the board.
Also move to approve.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Lockley. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous. All right. Anything else, Ms. Courtney?
Yes, I have one more.
All right.
This one is just a plat review application for 3 by the Sea. Agent Chris Langston. Let's see if I can zoom in. This has come back to the board a couple of times because they've had to reconfigure to meet the minimum requirements for splitting of a property. And he's met that, and because he had a lot configuration at first, and now this is basically the plat that we're reviewing. So you've probably reviewed this more than once, but this is basically the final stage.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Courtney, just for the record, the P and Z BOA board approved this?
Yes.
Okay, I'll move to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Lockley. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It's unanimous.
And that's all I have, unless you have anything for me.
Thank you, Ms. Courtney.
No problem.
All right. Ms. Erin Griffith, you're up next. We skipped some public hearings that we did earlier, sorry. Wasn't trying to catch you off guard.
Okay, first item on my report, in July of 2019, Franklin County received a Hurricane Michael Recovery Assistance Grant in the amount of $750,000 from the Department of Economic Opportunity. This grant was intended to assist Franklin County with the local match requirement for FEMA restoration efforts. Once Hurricane Michael was officially classified as a Category 5 hurricane at landfall, grant match requirements were waived. The grant agreement had already been extended once before and was set to expire this upcoming June 30th. In March, Franklin County requested an extension and scope change to fund alternative projects also affected by Hurricane Michael, specifically the purchase of the old Alligator Point Fire Station and replacement of hurricane-damaged ball field lights. The time extension amendment has been approved by DEO, whereas the scope change is still pending review. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached amendment for the Hurricane Michael Assistance Grant.
So move.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Bolt,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward and Commissioner Lockley. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, Commissioners, next item 2, the SCOP CR30A resurfacing project will begin at 13 Mile and run east 3.466 miles towards Highway 98. The notice to proceed date on that contract was May 12th. After awarding the construction contract to Roberts & Roberts, the engineers realized that there was no allowance in the budget for the temporary pavement striping necessary during construction. FDOT has prepared a supplemental agreement with an additional $5,400 being funded for the project to complete the striping. And I have 2 action item requests. The first is board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached resolution of authorization and supplemental grant agreement for the additional $5,400 in construction costs.
So moved.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Parrish, second by Commissioner Lockley. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
The second action item is to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the change order proposal number 1 with Roberts & Roberts Incorporated for the temporary pavement striping.
So moved.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Parrish,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, item number 3, Franklin County received a funding notification for the Resilient Florida Grant Program. This program is available to counties, municipalities, and water management districts and flood control districts and regional resilience entities. The purpose of the grant is to effectively address the impacts of flooding and sea level rise on critical government infrastructure and vulnerable residents. There will be grant monies available for vulnerability assessments, design, and construction. However, Franklin County does not have a current vulnerability assessment, which is a requirement for any design and construction grant funding through the program. Board action to authorize the submission of a grant application for the Resilient Florida Program for funding assistance to complete a vulnerability assessment for the county.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Lockley,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bolt. Ms. Griffith, I have a question. The SEDS thing that they did with the ARPC a couple of years ago doesn't apply for vulnerability?
That would, but with the changes in the flood maps, it's not considered to be up to date.
Okay, okay. Just thought I'd ask.
Yeah.
All right, any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, item number 4. Since 2011, Franklin County has acted as a subcontractor for Transfield Services, later VMS, and now Ferrovial Services to provide litter control for the 3 state bridges in Franklin County. The original contract expired years ago, and Franklin County and Ferrovial have both continued to honor the agreement, whereas the county provided the litter control services and Ferrovial reimbursed the county at a rate of $844.66 per month for the service. This amount was based on the state's contract amount for the bridges. The county wanted a more frequent schedule than what was being funded or contracted by FDOT. The $844.66 per month helps to offset the cost of the litter control services provided to the county by the Sheriff's Department. Board action to submit the attached contract to County Attorney Michael Schuler for his review and recommendation. And in the attachment that I sent to you all last night, I did catch it this morning and sent that to Bettina with Ferrovial. She had referenced Oclotney Bridge instead of the Carabel Bridge on her contract documents. So we have since received a correction, and that is the addition that's going to go to Michael Schuler for review.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question on this.
Yep.
It says
in 2011, the fee of $844.66, with the rising cost of fuel, is this still an accurate amount that they will be able to facilitate this with that cost? Should it not be a little higher? I'd hate for us to say yes to this and then they come back and say we need more money because of fuel costs going up.
Yeah, actually, the sheriff's department was cleaning the bridges for the same contract price that we've had in place since 2011, and that was at $22,004 per year. You know, so really, both of the contract values are remaining the same. I can definitely ask Bettina about that, though.
Okay, my question is, I guess, I don't want to delay any bridge cleanup, but I don't want to say yes to this and then I'll have to, I guess we can come back and modify it later, right? I'll go ahead and approve this now contingent on asking about the increase in cost.
Okay.
And how it's going to affect a new contract with this 844.
Okay, yes, and Attorney Schuler will have to review, because I'm sure he's going to want some changes as well in the contract documents.
Yep. So motion to
Sure.
approve, sending this to Attorney Schuler for his review and go forward from there. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bolt. Any more discussion on it? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Item number 5, both restore projects, the SGI stormwater improvements and countywide dune restoration, are now far enough along to develop the grant applications for construction. The initial multi-year implementation plan, as approved by the U.S. Treasury, only included the preliminary design work for the projects. The county will have to go through the formal MYIP amendment process with the U.S. Treasury to include the construction funds. The amendment process is estimated to take about 2 months and can be completed alongside the construction grant applications. Langton Associates has submitted a task order at the contracted hourly rate not to exceed $11,460 to provide the necessary technical assistance services for the completion of the multi-year implementation plan amendment to include construction. We also have another status update with the St. George Island Stormwater Project. I heard from Tim Smith with the Florida Department of Transportation, and the Franklin County right-of-way request is going before the committee on June 30th. So we should hear something back on that relatively soon. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman's signature on the attached task order with Langton Associates Incorporated.
So moved.
Good. Motion to approve by Commissioner Parrish.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous, 4-0.
Next item, I did cover items 7 and 8 already, previously with Fonda's report and Howard's report. Next item number 9, Commissioner Jones had inquired about resurfacing the intersection of 2nd Street and US 98 in East Point, as this intersection is extremely deteriorated and congested with driveways, utilities, and business traffic with the corner gas station. County staff met with Dewberry engineers to develop a task order for the plans, bid specification, and construction inspection services for the site. Board action to approve and authorize the attached $19,875 task order to Dewberry engineers to be paid from District 1's paving funds for the 2nd Street and US 98 intersection repair.
So move.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bolt. Any discussion, commissioners? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous, 4-0.
Next item is strictly for informational purposes. The Franklin County Property Appraiser has provided the board with a good faith estimate of taxable value for use in the 22-23 budget cycle. In the attached, the estimated taxable value of property in Franklin County for 2022 is $2,467,832,997, which is an increase of 5.73% in value over the previous year. This increase is fueled by sales data and new construction. Although this is the 9th consecutive year of appreciating property values, this valuation is still far below the market high valuation of $4.112 billion in 2006-2007. The revenue estimates for state shared revenues and sales tax proceeds will not be released by the Florida Office of Economic Development and Research until sometime in July, and another update will be provided at that time. The budget workshops will be held on Thursday, July 21st and Friday, July 22nd. The workshop schedule is attached to this report. Then I just had some general project updates for you all as well. So I don't know if you want to comment on the budget or just go right into the project update since we're pressed.
Mr. Chairman, that was an interesting report to hear about the increase in the property values, but yet still far below the historical levels.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Please proceed.
Yes, as far as, we are experiencing some erosion control and grassing issues for the FEMA repairs of C30 West washouts, and then also the multi-use path on Alligator Point, and both pay requests to Pygott Construction are being held at this time for those projects until the grass can start to grow.
Okay. Ms. Griffith, ahead of us having our budget discussions, I know we've talked about it, but we haven't talked about it in money-wise. I think we need to potentially try to put a placeholder out of, or add to professional services for our upcoming budget to try to do something with economic development. We've talked about it, but we've never done it, and it's not going to happen unless we put money in it. I know that's something we need to discuss as a board, and we can have time to approve or disapprove. But I would remind the board that when we first start having these discussions, we can always take out later, but you can't add to from the original when we're going to give a conditional approval to anything in our budget. You can always reduce it, but you cannot add back to it. So, I mean, that's a discussion I think we need, as a board, need to have.
Do you all have a preliminary value in mind that you would like?
I would think around at least 40,000. You probably won't get nothing for less. And we can keep doing what we're doing, but it's obviously not been working. That's just my opinion. I'm only one of 5. Anyone else have anything for Ms. Griffith today? All right, Mr. Morone.
Commissioner, I'll try to be quick. My report, page 1, item 1, at your April 5th, 22 meeting. Board action was requested and approved to authorize up to $1,000 from the East Point Landmark Fire donated funds for the installation of a power pole at 682 Ridge Road. I explained at that meeting that prior to the East Point Landmark Fire, there was a pole on the lot, and Ms. Pam Brunell and Jennifer Daniels of Emergency Management discussed this matter with the owner, who moved to Orlando directly after the fire. The total invoice amount for the installation ended up being $1,227.87, which of course is $227.87 more than approved by the board. I just need board action to approve that additional $227.87.
So moved.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
And second.
Second by Commissioner Bolt. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Item 2 of my report, Commissioners. The county has received, and I should have brought this up when Ted was here, I was distracted. The county received the grant agreement offer for the apron rehab project at the airport from FAA. The board authorized Mr. John Collins at a previous meeting to apply for and combine the uses of FDOT funds along with FAA funds for this project. FDOT funds will be used for the match. FAA is funding the project. Today, you're asked to authorize the chairman's signature and on the $225,000 grant agreement for the first phase of this project. So I just need board action on that.
So moved.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Parrish.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bolt. Any discussion?
Yes, sir. If I can ask a question. This is a grant agreement that came in via email to me last week from
Yes,
FAA?
same
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Now, item 3, Commissioners, the East Point Civic Association will host the Freedom Festival on Friday, July 1st, starting at 7:30 p.m. until 9:30 p.m. The association has asked for an FDOT permit to close Highway 98, where the event will be held, and reroute traffic to Avenue A from First Street to Old Ferry Dock Road. As an alternative to the Highway 98 closure, the sheriff is recommending a reduced speed limit on Highway 98 that will be enforced and supervised by his deputies during the festival. As specifics are being worked out between the association and the sheriff's department, I will continue with the FDOT permit process. I'm asking the board to authorize me to continue with the submission of this FDOT permit process, and then they can decide if they're going to use it or not.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sure the sheriff's already aware of this and is okay with proceeding.
Yes, he's been talking to Mr. Pennycoff for the association, so they're trying to work out which way would be the best way. The sheriff has issues with manpower to watch every single side street along 98 where the detour, so they're working it out. Time is of the essence, Commissioner Ward, and that's why I'm asking you guys, let me go ahead and try and get the permit and then let them decide if they're gonna use it or not. That'll be between the association and the sheriff.
So moved to approve.
A motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bolt. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, St. George Island. Their Wet and Wild 4th of July parade will start on the 4th of July from 11 a.m., corner of West Pine Avenue and West 1st Street, continuing eastward on Pine Street, then making a southerly turn on East 4th Street. The parade route continues on East 4th Street and then turns west onto Gulf Beach Drive until reaching the corner of West 1st Street. Then the route takes a short southern turn on West 1st Street, then an immediate turn westward onto West Gorey Drive, ending on the corner of West Gorey Drive and West 3rd Street. So if I just took you in a circle around that commercial area, that's probably the intention of the parade route. So I just need the board to approve that route, as I described above, as confusing as it might have sounded.
So moved.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Parrish. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
All right. And Commissioner, if I move on, one item I'll probably bring to the board is from now on, in the future, that we send a letter to the sheriff to make sure, especially on county roads, not so much state roads, that he has minutes or permit or a letter from me, from the board, saying that these roads could be closed. Because sometimes I think people go to him and he's under the assumption that they already did this process and they don't.
No.
So I kind of need the sheriff to work with us a little closer on that, just so he's covered, when we're doing that.
Is there Michael, I'm sorry, I'm trying to interrupt. Is there anything we need to do? I mean, to try to help facilitate any of that stuff, you know what I mean?
I'm gonna if you guys are good with it, I'm send him a letter saying such, and then
Because we're not against each other, we're just trying to help each other.
Yes,
Yes.
yes. I don't want him to close the road with the assumption that the board is aware and approved it, so.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, one last quick action item, it's a HVAC repair to a camper trailer. I got that from Community Action. It's $589.01 for that. Commissioner, I'll be honest with you, it was such a small amount. I went ahead and approved it because of how hot it is. I'm basically asking you guys to ratify, God bless you, sir. Ratify that payment of $589 for HVAC repair to one of the campers purchased with the Lime Rock Fire money.
And just so, Mr. Chairman, this was from the Lime Rock Fire. It was a camper from that.
Yes.
And it was the money from the donated funds paid for this, not
Yes.
any of the county money. So I'll move to approve.
Yes, all through Community Action, Commissioner Ward, you're correct.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bolt. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
And item 6, Commissioners, is just the follow-up letter that Weems got that grant that Mr. Walker stood here a couple months ago and described to you that he would, what that grant does. If you have any questions, just ask him. He'll be glad to answer the questions for you. And try to make my report as quick as possible today.
Anybody got anything for Mr. Morone before we proceed? Oh, come on, surely we have something.
Really?
No, we're good. Thank you.
I'm trying to get you to get a snack here for a few minutes.
Attorney Schuler, you're up, sir.
Next item on my report is for the board to take action on the recommendation from myself, Mark Carrington, and Ms. Erin Griffith on the Special Master RFP. We have all independently reviewed the application, compared it to the advertisement that was requesting the proposals. I spoke to Ms. Griffith. Both she and Mark have found, as have I, that the application checks off all of the boxes, that we are recommending that the board retain the firm of Hand, Arundel, Harrison, Sale Law Firm to provide your special master services. And the board action I'm specifically asking is for the board to accept the services of Mrs. Jennifer Schuler as the lead attorney to act as your special master, and for Mr. Coles Davis as the alternate special master from that firm. Their hourly rate is $200 an hour, $100 for travel, To the extent that there are costs will be billed at actual cost with no markup. And the payment for these services would come out of your fine and forfeiture, your professional services budget.
And this is relative to code enforcement, correct?
Professional services budget.
Yeah. This is relative to code enforcement special master, correct?
I'm sorry?
This is relative to a code enforcement
Yes, sir.
special
Yes.
master. Just want to clarify that. Good.
I'll move to approve.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second,
second by Commissioner Bolt. Any discussion?
just thank you for doing that. Appreciate that.
Well, thank you, commissioners.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Next item is consideration of a temporary contract for a medical examiner. I received a letter from the office of Jack Campbell, the state attorney, asking that this county, as he is asking a number of other counties, to approve a temporary medical examiner contract with a Dr. John Thogmartin. The payment for these fees would come out of your fine and forfeiture fund. There was a group of people that got together and negotiated the terms of the agreement for the temporary services for the medical examiner. My proposal is to accept the state attorney's proposal that we use the form contract drafted by Leon County. We'll simply change the names from Leon to Franklin, not recreate the will. And again, the source of funds for the payment of this services comes from your fine and forfeiture fund.
And Attorney Schuler, Mr. Chairman, that's something we have to pay. We can't, obviously, this medical examiner services our district for any time we have a death that's unexplained, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm still recovering from this cold. My head is really
This
stuck.
has to be basically done.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Per district, because we have to have a medical examiner to be able to.
That
to
is
serve our
correct. This is
community.
not an option.
So, recommend to approve, or I so move to approve.
All right,
And I
motion to approve
second.
by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bolt. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It's a 4-0 vote, unanimous.
Commissioners, the next item is a proposal from the estate of Linda Ann White, deceased. She, in her will, has left a specific devise of one lot of land on Dog Island to Franklin County, with the limitation that the property be used as a wildlife refuge. I went to the property appraiser's website. This lot in question actually butts up to the Nature Conservancy property on Dog Island. Of course, you're the policymakers, but I can see no reason why the county would want one single lot on Dog Island to start a nature reserve. So my recommendation is that the board disclaim, or authorize me to inform the estate that you are disclaiming the gift in the will, and suggest that they instead give that one lot to the existing Nature Conservancy land that abuts the lot in question on Dog Island.
Yeah, I think that's the spirit of it anyway. Sure. I would so move.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Parrish, and the motion was made by Commissioner Bolt.
Thank the family
Yes,
for
sir.
doing that.
Any discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous, 4-0.
All right, Commissioners, next item is, much as the board recently authorized me to negotiate a contract to purchase land at Alligator Point from the fire department, I'm asking board authority to negotiate a potential purchase of lands in East Point to complement your public park on Patton Drive. The property is currently listed. It's been on the MLS system for about 6 months. The MLS listing price is $199,000. You would have to get an appraisal if the board approves this purchase. The source of funding for the purchase would be your TDC funds. So I'm recommending that the board authorize me to contact the real estate agent, negotiate essentially, as we did at Alligator Point. You have a maximum price, which would be their listing price of $199,000. I'll have to negotiate what a minimum price would be, and if the appraisal comes back within that approved range, then everyone is obligated to purchase and sell. If the appraisal is above the maximum price, then the board can either get out of the contract, or you can choose to renegotiate. If the appraisal comes in below the minimum price, same benefit to the buyer. Should they choose to enter into a contract with us, they can walk away from the contract or choose to renegotiate a lower price. But that is the authority I'm requesting from the board this morning. I'm sorry, this afternoon.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, you know about this, don't you? And that
Yes.
complements everything? Okay.
Schuler, you hope that's going to be a nature center, correct?
Eventually, after the
Okay.
dredging's done.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
Okay, just for clarification purposes, the acquisition would be for a nature type preserve or center, so.
Yep.
Good.
Yeah, still didn't hear you, sorry.
It's good.
Just say yeah, trust me.
So moved.
All right, motion to approve
Second.
by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Bolt. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous, 4-0.
Commissioners, at your last meeting during commissioner comment, the chairman had brought up the subject matter of a potential overlay for a Highway 98 corridor in East Point, which I believe would essentially run from 2nd Street on the east boundary along that Highway 98 corridor coming towards Apalachicola until you hit the bay. I'm asking board authority to commence the process of reviewing a potential overlay. That would frankly require a couple of things. One, consultation with some planners, doing some research, drafting some proposals for your consideration, and also, since we've used David Theriak as an outside counsel on prior overlays for the island, I would consult with David as well. So that is the authority I'm asking, just to begin that process, bring something back to this board for your consideration, probably hold some workshops, listen to what the public has to say and what their thought processes are.
So moved.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bolt. Under discussion, I just would like to point out that this, even the considerations in the workshops going past that, before we could do anything like this, would require at least 2 public hearings, correct? So
At least 2.
At least 2, so,
Yeah.
just to
Big
make
deal.
sure the public is aware. Any more discussion before we vote?
Yeah, let me get this part on the record. So I know you brought it up at the last meeting, Mr. Chairman, since we're actually moving forward. 2 of the things that are being considered as part of the overlay is a potential restriction on future warehouses along that Highway 98 corridor, and then also examining to the extent that there is any C4 zone property within the proposed overlay area, trying to see how the county can protect the commercial use of that property. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's all. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That passes 4-0. Anything
That
else?
concludes my report, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone have anything for Mr. Schuler?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay.
Mr. Schuler, can you look at the ordinance relative to protection of nesting turtle accesses relative to our beaches in Franklin County, and see if the ordinance can be amended or changed to make sure that there is leave no trace in all public beaches in Franklin County relative to the turtle access to that?
Sure. Your current turtle protection ordinance, the lighting ordinance, applies to Alligator Point and St. George Island, the other barrier islands. Presently, it doesn't apply to Bald Point. And as far as the leave no trace, that is limited just to St. George Island, and it could be expanded to include the public beaches at Alligator Point and Bald Point.
Let's do that. If we can consider that all public beaches in Franklin County relative to leave no trace, that'll give us a blanket coverage.
Okay. Well, then the board will need to authorize me to conduct a public hearing.
Whatever it takes to bring that up to a modern standard, I'd like to do that.
Sure. We would need a public hearing authorized in order to adopt essentially a leave no trace for the public beaches down at Alligator Point and Bald Point.
I would make that motion.
And I'll second it, but let's just go ahead and add Carabel while we're at it.
Sure.
I mean, I thought we addressed that
I thought we already did
before.
that with I think Carabel's already been added.
I thought we did that too, so.
For the I think we did, but I'll double check, Commissioner.
Okay.
I thought we did too, but I'll make that second.
Mr. Chairman, not that this affects the motion, keep in mind, you expand leave no trace,
you guys are gonna have to find another employer too. I mean, he has to enforce it in other beaches now, so.
I understand.
just keep that in mind as we
Okay.
approach budget,
Okay,
the effects of what this ordinance will do.
I understand.
No, the change, amendment to the ordinance, Commissioner Bolt, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Yeah, it does us no good to pass an ordinance or make something we can't enforce,
yes, sir.
or we don't have the manpower to do.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Bolt, second by Commissioner Ward, to schedule a public hearing to potentially expand the boundaries of Leave No Trace to Alligator Point and Ball Point. Is that correct?
Correct.
You
Yes, sir.
understand? All right, any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you.
Just real
Yes.
quick, Mr. Chairman, I had somebody reach out to me about e-bikes on the beach. I never really thought about a bike being on a beach or e-bike. He did give me the ordinance, so I just want to let the public know that I'm going to look into it and read it over, and we will do what we need to do accordingly after that. E-bikes, electrical bikes.
I hope they don't hit no e-holes.
It's
We have a problem, 'cause we have a problem with holes on our beaches right now.
Yeah, I was,
There you
when
go.
this person reached
That
out to
won't
me,
go good.
I kind of wanted to ask how a bike works on the beach, because
Yeah. Yeah, it
anytime
seems like
you,
get
you know, run or walk even, your
bogged
feet
down.
sink, so
Yeah.
I don't know, but apparently it happens, because
Yeah.
she said that she saw one in track, so.
Wow,
There you
okay.
go.
Now, I'm not saying it's not a bad idea, but we do need to do something about holes on our beaches being dug. I could see that being a real problem. Just throwing that out there. All right,
And Mr.
anyone else?
Yeah, Mr. Schuler, one more point. That burn ban that we currently have in effect here in Franklin County, do we need to complement that burn ban and say no fireworks allowed as well, or is there something assumed in that ban for that?
Hold on just a second before you answer that. You talking about the burn ban in Lanark Village?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I figure that's where he was talking.
just
and
making
Yeah, I mean that, yeah.
I don't think the current burn ban would include fireworks.
Well, with the
Because
impending Fourth
I
of
was
July.
not thinking of that when I drafted it.
Sure,
So
no problem.
I will look at it to
Okay.
see, but as an abundance of caution, if the board would authorize me to hold a public hearing on the issue of banning fireworks in that district, in case I read the ordinance and interpret it as not including fireworks.
But
Let's,
it would
That way we
be,
don't have to wait till July to go about scheduling another
Right.
public hearing.
What is it?
we don't have any more meetings before July 5th.
That's what I'm saying.
True.
If I need to schedule a public hearing to adopt an ordinance for the board to consider
Oh,
banning
okay,
fireworks, I
between
might
now
go ahead and
and
get that
then.
authority
Okay.
now instead of waiting until the July meeting.
Right, right.
Okay.
Because I would need to go back and review the ordinance. I don't, off the top of my head, I don't think you could readily read that to include fireworks. I mean, it was more for outdoor cooking and things of that
Yeah.
nature. I know fireworks were not specifically mentioned in the ordinance.
So we need to address that by motion and vote?
Yes, sir. Just
Okay.
authorize me to conduct a public hearing as necessary.
Okay.
so move.
All right, we have a motion to schedule that public hearing by Commissioner Bolt,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion?
Thank you.
Seeing none, who's in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous for it.
Thank you. And just one more, just a comment. Mr. Schuler, do you have any update on when the Florida Firefighters Association might start coming here and talking
No, sir, I do
with us?
not.
Okay, just wanted to know.
It's on my list of things to do.
Yes, sir.
But
Okay.
I don't have a date that I can tell you.
Okay,
I would expect in the near future.
yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
Anything else? All right, we'll see you out here in about 25 minutes. Meeting adjourned.